So is this the part?
No, listen, I fucking botched the intro because I forgot to unmute it, so. But we're in it right now. We're in it. We're in it, okay?
we're just in it.
We are in the show right now. We are in the show. So, welcome in, everybody. Welcome to Shootin' the Ship.
I had a whole thing planned out.
Yeah, no. So here's the thing. Like, I cut to the black. I start the music. I cut to the desk with the logo and everything on screen. And then I look down at the stream deck and see two buttons that are red that are not supposed to be red. And so like I unmute it and it's like we're 20 seconds into the intro and I was like, well, you know what? Everyone saw. I'm not gonna cut back and redo it. Everyone will know. Everyone will know. So I might as well own it. I might as well own it. But everyone was acting like it was fine. And they didn't even notice until I said something, you know? Anyway, welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome to Shoot the Ship. My guest today is my friend Remy here from Remy Demon _ on Twitch. How is it? Well, you know what, Remy, you should do your pitch. You should do your pitch here.
All right, I'll throw one up. I'll throw one out. Hello, everybody. My name is Remy Demon. Don't trip over the _. We're coming at you live from Ashley's spaceship today, but normally it's Wave Station, your #1 source for interplanar entertainment. We do a whole mess of shit at my house. I kind of just do whatever at this point. Today we're also keeping the same vibe. It looks like we're just shooting the ship, and I am like a little. Well, actually, no. Come to think of it, am I allowed to smoke on air? Do I need to put this out?
I mean, like it is like a space station with a highly pressurized, high oxygen environment. But you know what? Sure, I want to be a good host. You know.
All right, cool. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And so if we blow up and die, it's your fault.
Okay. You know what? I can live with that.
Okay. Cool. All right.
Opinion.
Yeah. Hold on. Crunkle the opinion emergency. I needed to opinion on something important. Ice cold root beer floats or Nutella cheesecake? Remy, you have an opinion on this?
Or
come on.
Ice cold root beer float. Nutella cheesecake can sometimes prove to be too rich. I think an ice cold root beer float is like a perfectly balanced dessert or treat, if you will.
Okay. No, I see. I've never had a Nutella cheesecake. I am like, this, you know what? Get this. Despite being white, I don't have very strong opinions on Nutella. It's weird, right?
I do love Nutella, but I recognize just how overused it is and how sometimes with desserts, people go, oh, what if I just add an entire fucking jar of Nutella to this one thing?
That's true. Yeah,
it's not necessary. And a little bit goes a long way. People don't forget it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So let me go through and let me say hi to everyone here. Hi, Remy. Thank you for coughing on stream in the chat. Hi, Ray. Congrats on getting first. Hi, Juliet. Congrats on getting first. Hi, Remy. Congrats on getting first. Hi, Squid. Congrats on getting first. Hi, Martin. Congrats on getting first. Let's see here. Who else? Airportman. Welcome in. Silver Streak. Welcome. Else here. Crunkle. I saw you. Hello. Ash. Welcome. And let's see. Code Blue. Normal stream. Yes. Welcome in. Hi, Indy. Who is? That pause for a non-stream bit. I don't know if you saw it. There. And hi, Doom. Thank you for drinking milk on stream. Hi, Lo. Congrats on nope. There is no last command, Lo.
Good effort, though.
Hi, Grief. Congrats on getting first. Oh my god. Fix it in middle. That's not a bit. That's not the bit. That's not it. That's not it. That's not a command. Anyway.
Left.
Okay, you know what, Remy? Hold on. I just gotta do something real quick here. Okay?
Uh-huh.
All right. I'm just opening up an energy drink for. I was about to say this morning, but it's after noon Eastern time zone.
It is
Currently.
still morning for me.
It is
still morning for me.
It is still morning for you. Okay, cool. So this is I'm drinking a Bucked Up Energy Blood Raz.
That.
Let me taste it here. Oh, that's just a raspberry. I don't know where the blood came from because it is still like a clear color. Oh, hey, Rosal the Yunker. I'm not drinking the Yunker. I keep saying this. People keep asking me to drink. I drink sparkling Yunker once on my stream, and it becomes like the thing everyone knows me for. I've had enough of this, but people will not stop with it. Whatever. Anyway, Remy, welcome in. Remy, you are. I think like you did like a good pitch before. You are a streamer, but also like you also run Wave Station Wrestling.
I do,
which is like I have right there a virtual wrestling promoter of Wave Station Wrestling. I don't know how virtual you want to be with that. But also you're also a musician as well.
I am.
I feel like I was about to say I feel like you don't talk about like that nearly as much, but also like recently you've been doing a lot of streams where you just turn on stream and you just start like playing guitar for people.
Mm-hmm. There was a short period where it was right after I had called off like full-time streaming. Like I was like, I'm burnt out. I don't love this anymore. I have lost sight of why I started doing this, and I was like, I need to take a break from everything creative, because the problem that I was running into is that I wasn't taking my own advice of, you need to make shit for you, and then if other people fuck with that, that's a bonus. Mm-hmm. And that was always like what I preached. That's what I always told people that, you know, had asked me like, what should I be doing differently? And then I one day just stopped doing that because I was too busy looking at numbers and metrics and trying to figure out, it's like, okay, I can't pay my bills on this. How do I get to that point? And I just didn't. And, you know, I could go back and talk about what I could have done differently that could have got me there. Like, oh, what if I would have just stayed true to myself? Like, it's like none of that fucking matters anymore. But I got to that end point and was like, okay, I need to make shit just for the sake of making shit. I need to teach myself how to do that, because from the time I graduated high school until last year, which that's 14 fucking years, there was always like an end game to all of my art, all of my passions. And like, I had never made anything without the motivation of making it a sustainable career. And so for the first time in my life, I had to be like, no, I need to like go back to just making shit. And so that's what I did.
Hold on.
I wouldn't announce it. I would just go live, have Ableton on the screen, and just play. And I was like, this is what I want to do right now. So that's what I'm doing.
You cut for a brief second there, but I think we got everything. So we're good with that. Remy, you and I's story is not too dissimilar, like, honestly. Because I've spoken several times, like, here, like, and on Twitter about how, like, I have an animation degree. And I spent the better part of a decade trying to break into animation, and it just didn't work out. And yeah. I also was on like that grind of, well, every piece of artwork I do has to be for a portfolio, or it has to be like something I can sell or something like that. And it makes it no longer fun. It makes it no longer fun, and you hate it. And like that's why like I burnt out super hard, and I basically like had to take a break from art for like 3 or 4 years, like as a return to get my life together, like because of that. Listen, I did intend to ask you about like full-time streaming. That is part of the reason I was just like, hey, we're shooting on this. This is the Remy Demon shoot interview, so we're talking.
Oh fuck yeah,
we're talking about that full-time stream shit, because you were like doing streaming full-time. I remember you took that plunge. You like got all the equipment, and you were just like, you know what, I'm quitting my job. And I forget if you like had a job to quit at the time or not, or I forget exactly what the timeline was for that. But yeah, you like took the plunge on it. And
I did.
That'd be fucking terrifying, honestly.
No, it was. I won't go into too many details, but I fell onto some good fortune, and I was like, at that point, I was like, this is it. Like, if I'm gonna try to make this work, I am in a position where I can make the effort. But there was always a stopping point. There was always like, okay, if I reach this point and I haven't reached these metrics by that point, I'm done. I can't sustain this, because we live in a capitalist hellscape. And so not everybody gets to be a funny green dog on the internet and make a sustainable living doing it.
Yeah.
And I mean, there was the latter half of that. I still even ended up having to pick up a part-time job because the money just wasn't there.
Yeah.
It was not, and that's not anybody's fault. Like, it sucks that this performance art requires crowdfunding to be sustainable. And that was like something I really struggled with too, was I had reached a point like into the summer, like early summertime, where I had already had issues with other people before about things like this, like people that have had to be called out on shit. I had to sit and really think, like, you know, like, I'm developing like legitimate connections with a lot of people in my community, and I don't know if I'm comfortable with the idea of like constantly asking them for money. You know, like, I don't feel like these people should have to give me their money for me to keep doing this. And like I had to sit with that, and I did for a while, and that was like one of the motivating factors of eventually calling it. Like, I could have kept going. I could have run myself into the ground. I could have just dumped all of what little money I had left. Like, I could have done that. But one of the biggest factors of me not doing that was it didn't sit right with me, this idea that these people that have rallied around me and have provided me with communities and groups of people that have made me the happiest I have ever been in my life, because this is kind of like an offshoot of what we're talking about, but you've probably heard me talk about it, and I'm sure other people that, you know, have come from my side of the fence that are watching right now have heard me talk about it. I like constantly shit on VTubers. Like, I hate VTuber culture. I hate it so fucking much.
We're shooting. Let it go.
We're shooting.
Here we go.
You know what? I'm gonna fucking let this rip. Let it rip. We're shooting. I'm shooting from the hip today.
Shooting.
Paul Heyman had his Hall of Fame induction. Now it's my fucking turn. Okay.
All right. That's why I got the shoot conversations backdrop behind you. Let's go.
So like, I shit on it constantly, and I really hate the toxic bullshit that circulates around this niche hobby that like a lot of us, like, we're all in such close proximity and don't even realize it half the time. Like, people think Twitch is a big thing. It's not. In the grand scheme of things, it's fucking not. We are in a small corner of the internet. Like, in spite of the fact that you might see German 985 go live and there's 40,000 people there, if you think in the grand scheme of humanity, 40,000 people isn't a lot of fucking people. But either way, that's neither here nor there.
I have for years have described Twitch as public, as like the new public access, and like it really is.
Absolutely. But I shit on it constantly, but the funny part in all of that, though, is VTubing and streaming is the reason that I, for the first time in my life, am surrounded by people that would not have me change anything about myself. I'm talking in like recent years, up to like maybe 2-3 years ago. I still had people in my life that would prefer that I mute certain aspects of myself, and I never grew tired of doing that, because I had this innate fear of being alone. And it wasn't until after I got fucking dumped and like I just had like, I'm starting from square one again, that I was like, I'm not changing shit for anybody anymore. Like, my future and my standing and my surroundings are all going to revolve around me now. And with me fully being able to dive into VTubing and, you know, having so many close friends that were already doing it, becoming a part of these wonderful communities with uplifting people that don't err on toxic positivity, but like we stay real with each other. And all of this culminates into me being in a place where I can just be candid and I don't have to worry about, oh, well, I shouldn't say this, or I shouldn't talk about that, or I shouldn't act like this. I don't have to have that internal dialogue with myself anymore. And it's because of VTubing. So as much as I shit on it, it is the reason that I have so many wonderful, uplifting people around me now.
You should shit on it like at times. Like, you know, you can love something and also criticize it. Like we're wrestling fans, Remy. We do this all the fucking time, okay? we know what we're fucking doing with it, okay?
Exactly.
I want to say like something that you said before about how, like, you know, like it's nobody's like fault that, like, you know, that you didn't have like the crowdfunding support. It is somebody's fault. It's Twitch's fault. It's the infrastructure of Twitch's fault. This is something I was discussing actually the other day, and I don't give a shit talking about this because what are you gonna do? Demonetize me? I don't have affiliate. So there's this very big gulf between like when doing this as a hobby and doing it as your job. Yeah. And it's like you can do this as a hobby and not make any money on it and have a fun time with it. You can do it as a job and make a lot of money from it. And then there's this gulf in the middle where you do it as a job and you make zero money from it. And that gulf is huge. It is fucking huge. The fact that like you need like an average of 3 viewers per stream to get affiliate, and you need 75 per stream to get partner, is evident of this.
Yeah, I completely agree.
And I feel like you like, you know, you entered that gulf, and like unfortunately you didn't make it out of it.
I
was
drowning. Yeah. I was straight up drowning. Like if we're like in metaphorical terms, I was taken under by that gulf. It's hard. It's hard to come to terms with that. It's because I really loved what I was doing. Like even when I got to the times like there was times it was fucking stressful. I couldn't pay my goddamn bills because I wasn't making any fucking money. I was trying to figure out like how do I navigate that. And so yeah, obviously there was stress, and you know there was times where it's like, okay, well how do I redirect certain things to make them more palatable? What kind of ideas have I not worked with yet? Like all like constant cogs turning. So yeah, it was stressful as fuck. I still had a great time though.
Yeah, like you could still be stressing. You could still like thoroughly enjoy the time you were doing it. It's just like there's a difference between like you're having fun doing it and like you're having fun doing it, but it's like, oh, I need to make money with this as well.
It's like I'm also over here fucking suffering.
Yep.
And the thing about Twitch as a whole, if we're talking from a consumer standpoint, and again, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody because the structure itself is kind of fucked, but Twitch audiences as a whole are very fickle. And there are people who will show up for very specific things, and as soon as you stop doing that specific thing, they're fucking gone. And
hey, guess what? I'm guilty of this. I am fucking guilty of this.
No, like, absolutely. I've done it too. And that's like I say as a whole, not pointing fingers, because I've also done this. There are streamers that have like I think specifically there have been a couple streamers that I followed that were like back when I was like super into Apex, which I'm better, I'm healthier now. I don't do that to myself anymore.
What, you don't play Apex anymore?
When I dropped the Apex, I'm clean now. But when I was into Apex, there were 2 streamers that I won't name because I don't want to be fucking rude, but there were 2 streamers that I followed that were Apex streamers, that were people that, and the thing that I look for in that is if you're streaming a competitive game, you better be really goddamn funny, or you better be really good and describe what you're doing while you're doing it. Like, I want to know what your thought process is. That's why I'm watching you.
Otherwise, it's just like you're just playing a video game.
Yeah, it's just dudes shooting, and like that's like boring to me unless it's Mossflower.
Hold on,
Moss is the only one that
that's a different category. That's your friend, okay? Like
No,
it's like there are
listen,
sometimes
no.
I will watch there's this between watching someone because it's an interesting stream and watching a stream because like maybe not as interesting to you, but that's your friend and you want to support your friend.
Yeah, listen,
This is something I'm going to get into, like when we're talking about music. I want to get into, yeah.
Oh no, we're definitely getting into music, of course, but there's a gulf in that too because there are plenty of games that I don't fucking care. Yeah. How much I love you, how much I care about you, how close I am to you, how much I am rooting for your success. I'm not watching you play Dead by Daylight. I'm not. I won't do it. I won't.
Oh man, that's the shoot. That's the shoot right there. That's the shoot. Hold on,
That's as real as it gets. I am not watching you. You could be Miss Jackie. You could be my best friend on the entire planet. I'm not watching her play Dead by Daylight. I'm calling her to ask if she's okay.
Okay. I gotta catch up with a couple things in chat. Because I saw Aardvark was here before. Hi Aardvark. Hi Kaja. And Hot Dog Bongwater 420. Thank you for following. And this was during the start screen. Mashichi, welcome in. Thank you for following as well.
Bongwater, realist fighter in the room in Mykonos. Hello, mwah. Good to see you both.
Yep. Kaji saying there was a period of time where all of my favorite shooters were playing Dead by Daylight, and I was suffering.
It's the worst. Because here's the thing, I actually
Dead by Daylight is tagged with horror movie monsters.
Girl, can I make a confession since we're shooting?
Yeah, no, please do.
So I at one point was a face cam streamer. Long ago.
Really?
Yes,
really?
Long time ago.
Holy shit. Are those clips are gone?
Long gone.
All right,
long
I thought so.
gone.
I thought so, yeah.
And also I just enjoy my privacy.
Oh
so,
yeah,
like
100%.
Like that is one thing about VTubing that I very much enjoyed outside of like, having like good like proper gender presentation for myself, but also the privacy. It's just nice. Like the older I get, the less I want to put on the internet.
Oh yeah.
But when I was a face cam streamer, I decided like for a couple of streams, I was like, Dead by Daylight looks like a fun game. I'll play this. And I got a surge of fucking viewers. And I was like, what if I just kept playing Dead by Daylight? So I did that for like a month.
Girl, no.
And
no.
I got up.
No.
I did. I got up to rank 6. Because like it goes from 20 to 1, the ranking system.
Oh.
I got up to rank 6.
My chat is like, no, what are you doing?
I know,
no,
guys.
No,
listen,
hell, no.
I'm shitting on the industry. I'm in that industry. It means I'm shitting on me too. All right, that's just how it is. But I got up to rank 6, and that's the part where that game became so goddamn not fun. Like I was getting death threats for winning. Like
I shouldn't laugh at that. I shouldn't laugh at that. Oh my god.
It is the sweatiest, angriest game I have ever played in the upper echelon of that. So I was having to throw matches off stream just so I could have a good time on stream. I did that for about 2 weeks before I said, no, dude, this blows.
2 weeks. I am glad it was only 2 weeks, but girl, it took you 2 weeks to figure that out.
It was the big serotonin button. I was getting such an influx in viewership that I was like, oh, this is great until it fucking wasn't.
Oh, girl. Oh, everyone is sharing in your pain now. Like,
I'm glad we could share this moment together. Listen, we're cutting deep today.
We are. No, listen, I expected to get this deep like maybe an hour or two into the stream, not right out the fucking gate. Like I just you're a musician.
I don't play.
You stream it. And you're like, okay, let's get real about like full-time streaming. And I was like, all right, let's go. Full Illusion, welcome. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Yeah, no. Frame 1 we're shooting here with it. Anyway. Let me take another sip of my energy drink here.
Of course.
But yeah, like you have like a good point. Like it's because something that stuck in my head for the longest fucking time. And this is what I've kept in my head, like for doing streaming or art or anything at that point, is you should make art for at most 20 or 30 freaks.
Yes.
And like those 20 or 30 freaks will love it every time. And
exactly.
Like, and that's like, obviously, like, you know, sometimes you're gonna have like more people than that. But if you have like that attitude, the people will find you. They absolutely will find you. It won't be exponential growth like how everyone wants it to be and how Twitch wants you to have it. But if you do art for 20 or 30 freaks, you're gonna have 20 or 30 freaks who love everything you fucking do.
Right. And like that's where I'm at. Yeah. That's where I'm at now. And I am more than happy to just stream things that I genuinely care about, like projects that I really want to put my whole heart into. Like when I was doing the radio show streams, they tanked. That was some of the worst numbers I've ever done.
I love Waystation Radio though. Those were so good.
It's so good, right? And I'm gonna start doing it again, and I don't care if 0 people show up because
that's my attitude. Like I've said since day one, I would do this even if nobody's watching because I'm just happy to have a TV show.
Right. I'm gonna do it for me. There was a Tyler the Creator interview that I watched a while ago. I've watched a lot of his interviews because he as an artist, he is arguably my biggest inspiration next to Paul Heyman. And he, to paraphrase it or to sum it up in my own words, as cliched and cheesy as it sounds, authenticity is rewarded. Like, people will always see when you are being real and when you're putting your whole self into something. Yep. Like, to talk about Waystation Wrestling, like something that you and I have been working on together for over a year. Yep. People don't love us as a commentary team because we're the best, cleanest sounding commentary team. No, half the fucking time we're stumbling over each other. We're not professionals, but people show up.
I mean, maybe you're not, but no, I'm not gonna feel like that.
No, you can shoot too. I'm not gonna hate.
No, I'm fucking good at the shit I do. All right, don't you throw me under the bus. Don't you? You can be humble all you want. Don't fucking do that to me. All right. I draw the house, brother.
No, we both do, and it's because people show up, they show out, and they engage because we're engaged and we care about what we're doing, and we care very deeply about grown people rolling around in their underwear. Like, this is something that we love, and that's why people show up and engage with it, because we're authentic. We actually care about what we're doing.
It's funny because you asked me to be on Waystation Wrestling very quickly. I feel like because I remember it was I showed up for a Waystation Wrestling because for the first stream I watched for it was a Waystation Wrestling, and it was an early one of them. Mm-hmm. It was a short one. You had 6. It was so short you played Tony Hawk afterwards with it.
Yep.
That was the first stream I ever watched, and I remember it was I went there because of Nyari. Shout out to Nyari. I will get a shout out for her in a second. But she did commentary with you, and then she hung out with you with that. But that was the first stream I saw of you. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I joined your Discord, and I was typing in the wrestling chat, and then 2 weeks later you were like, hey, you want to do commentary? And I was surprised because I was like, girl, you don't know me, what the hell?
Can I extrapolate on my thought process?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So I remember, oh gosh, I'm trying to remember. It was over the holidays. Also, just real quick, in regards to the shout out to Nyari, shouts out to the OG collar commentator of Waystation Wrestling. Nyari, if you're watching, I still got nothing but love for you, girl. I appreciate you so much. We love you and Nyari were fucking dynamite last week. It was fucking great.
So we were overbooked and we were showing backstage footage on No, thank you. No, for real. Thank you for that.
It was a great, listen, that was a great way to start my Sunday morning. I was in Chicago. I was still riding the high from WrestleMania Night 1 and all the GCW shows just listening to two of my girls chop it up about wrestling. I was fucking great.
Yeah.
But getting you into Wave Station Wrestling, I remember we were all watching a GCW show together. And
oh yeah, that's right.
it was, and I don't remember which show it was, but I remember that it was where I got my Madman Pondo redeem.
Yep, because
where he just yells, "Are we having fun yet?"
Yeah, and he said, "Shut the fuck up"
Shut
to
the
someone in the
fuck
crowd. Yeah.
And about halfway through that show, and just listening to you talk about wrestling and talk about how long you've been watching and like the promotions that you've been into, I'm sitting there thinking, like, this girl knows her shit. This, like, she knows what the fuck is up. And, you know, for everybody, life has to come first. And Yari, you know, had a lot going on at the time. And I didn't want to put any more pressure on her than she already had. So I was like, hey, listen, WSW, don't even sweat it. I'll figure it out. Because she was on for the first few shows, it was just me. And then, like, I started slowly realizing that I operate way better when I have someone to bounce off of. So I was like, I need a color commentator. So that's where Nyari came in, because she also knows her shit, also has a very extensive knowledge of the business, and like knows, like, has actually, if I remember correctly, has actually done wrestling school before.
Yes,
so
she has actually.
She has fucking hands-on experience with this shit. And, you know, life came up. We had very opposing schedules, and it was like, all right, well, it is what it is, man. Like, I'm not sweating it. I'll figure it out. And that's when you came along, and I was like, I think, like, this is something that's going to work. I had a lot of faith in it from the very beginning. And over a year later, here we are still doing it. We're going to do it in 7 hours later tonight.
Oh, fuck, that's right. You're doing a show tonight. Oh.
We gonna be gone by the end of the day.
God. I know, I forget if I committed to doing that tonight, but I think, like, now I have to. We'll see.
If you can pop your head in. If not, it is totally fine.
I will try to. Yeah. It's got popped to a can as well.
You sure did.
Yep. So, and listen, like, I also, like, you know, while I haven't been trained in wrestling, like, I do have, like, a background in it, specifically with, like, indie wrestling, because there was a period in the early 2000s where I went to a lot of like East Coast indie wrestling shows. I went to a lot of CCW, went to a lot of Chikara shows as well, and also I was involved in, like, online writing for wrestling as well. There was one time where I did an audio interview that was posted on the CCW website.
No shit.
Yep, I interviewed Niles Young. It was,
what the fuck?
Yeah, it was like a one-time thing. I had, like, an in, because, like, a friend of mine was involved with CCW. We, like, met through a message board and everything, and like, it just kind of spiraled from there. But yeah, I've been, like, backstage. I've hung out with wrestlers. Mr. Insanity, Toby Klein, offered me weed at a show in Detroit one time. So
I love that.
No, because I was doing one of the things was, like, when I lived in Detroit, I did photography for indie shows, actually.
Right.
Yeah. And, like, it was during intermission, I, like, the guy who I, like, went with, like, I went to the back, you know, backstage. I went behind the building to his car to say what up to him. And Mr. Insanity, Toby Klein, was sitting in the front row, and he looked over to me, and he said, I'm not gonna say my shoot name, so it's like, he looked over and said, Ashley, are you straight and narrow? And I'm like, not exactly. And then he just reached across and handed over a joint to me. I did.
What the fuck?
I know. I did not take a honk off that Bobo. I politely declined. So, because like, you know, I had a show to photograph, you know.
Of course, yeah.
I think Necro Butcher was in the main event with Thumbtacks, and this was like a show where he was, like, that period of time where he started wrestling barefoot. So.
Oh, good.
Yeah. You know, that whole thing with him.
Now, see, I like the duality of us being on screen right now, because while you politely declined a honk off that Bobo because you were working, I would have taken a honk off that Bobo because I was working.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, but listen, like I was like shooting on like a black and white film. Like I wasn't using a digital camera. Like
Oh
either.
wow,
Yeah,
okay.
I have like a lot of like black and white photos I took from that time.
Fuck yeah.
Somewhere among my stuff, I still have a couple of rolls I never developed of film, and I need to develop those because I mean those rolls are like 20 years old at this point. So
Dude, that would be the sickest fucking reveal stream.
oh god, yeah.
Like if that was something you actually like, if that was something that you wanted to like share with your audience, that would be fucking cool. I would love to see that. That would be fucking sick.
I have like a big chunk of those photos like uploaded elsewhere. I would have to double check it to make sure there's no identifying information on it.
Of course, right.
But yeah, like it's just like a bunch of photos I took from the early 2000s when I was living in Detroit and going to college. But like that was like the closest thing I was doing it because like, okay, I'm probably not going to get trained because like I can't like afford it, and like let's be honest, like I was very sensitive. I was very sensitive. Like of course I hadn't figured out I was trans yet. But like I would not have fucking survived like training. Okay, I would not have survived training or hazing or anything of that sort.
No, it's tough.
Yeah. So I would not have made it through it. But I still like, stayed involved. I still like, would go, I went to a lot of shows. Sometimes I photographed them. Then like I kind of took a step back and I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to be a fan. I was going to go to these and everything. But I've seen the other side of it. I have seen guys like go there, work their ass off, and then get handed an envelope with $25 in it.
Yep,
and that's just how it is. Like that's how you pay your dues or whatever.
Yep, it's a tough conversation to have because a lot of promotions just don't have the fucking money, and it really is just about getting your foot in the door in the early going. And really, the only reason I can even speak on any of that is because I have been, blessed with enough good fortune that I've had a couple of friends that have broken into the indies and have done the whole paying their dues thing. And I have a close friend who I won't name drop because it would dox the fuck out of me. But a close friend of mine has gone so far as they've made appearances on AEW television.
No shit.
Yes, dead ass. It was like it, and he busted his fucking ass and got there. And I've gotten to like see him work his way from the ground up, and it's been fucking unreal. And I really hope that he continues his trajectory forward because he has a lot of really creative ideas, and I think he could really be somebody. He already is somebody. He already is somebody. Yeah. He's incredible. He's incredible at what he does.
The person that I'm talking, like a person who is a friend of mine, who the person I met on like the Mass Sports thing. I'm not gonna say who it is, either, because I don't want to dox me or myself.
Right.
Or anything. They are definitely like they are a part of WWE now.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So, and I'm not gonna say who it is, but like I got to watch them like make their way like all the way through. I'm like, good for you. Holy shit.
Can I tell you something really funny about my relationship with indie wrestling that's going to segue into a question I have for you?
Oh yeah, please do. Go ahead.
So, I started watching wrestling from an extremely young age. I started watching wrestling when I was 5 years old. And at the tender age of 5, it was 1996, and WCW was still kicking the shit out of WWE in ratings, right?
Yes, because we were right about when the NWO was showing up.
That was when the NWO showed up, and we hadn't fully kicked the door down into the Attitude Era yet.
Right.
And so I watched the death of WCW, then it was just WWE for the longest time. And here's the thing. While you were actively in person watching the indie renaissance that we had, well, the first of many, if we're being perfectly honest, I had no fucking idea that world even existed. I thought when I was a teenager, I thought WWE just plucked people up that they thought would be good wrestlers and threw them in the ring. And I was like, oh, that's how wrestlers are born. The stork brings them in. Like, that's what it's because I had no exposure otherwise. Well, actually, hold on. Let me double back. Cannot forget about ECW because I did sneak some ECW television as a child.
Yeah, same.
My mother found out I was watching that, and that's a whole other tangent I'm going to get on from ECW, because again, I mentioned before Paul Heyman, my biggest creative inspiration. But I went the longest time without even realizing there's a whole fucking world outside of WWE. Like, I didn't know about New Japan. I didn't know about AAA, CMLL. I didn't know about the UK wrestling scene. I didn't know about Ring of Honor, CZW, none of it. I knew WCW, ECW, and WWE. I didn't know anything else. It wasn't until, excuse me, I think I was 15 when I saw a locally televised or regionally televised wrestling show that Johnny Gargano was on. Like, baby Johnny Gargano. And I remember thinking, wow, this doesn't look like WWE at all. This is fun. This is exciting. This looks really cool. And then a couple years later, I watched Bryan Danielson's last match on the Indies before he went to WWE. And that's where it clicked of like, oh, there's like this whole fucking like proving ground kind of thing to get there. That's what this is all about. And keep in mind too, Bryan Danielson's last indie match before going to WWE was at a fucking skate world.
Yep.
No bullshit. It was at a fucking skate world, and he wrestled 10 minutes of that match with his trunks down, ass out. And 10 minutes in, he finally realized it and started screaming at the ref, "Why the fuck didn't you tell me?"
I'm sure that was a work. I'm sure he did
that.
No, it
was because it was off of a roll up. So the guy he was wrestling did a schoolboy, pulled the trunks, and the way D-Bry kicked out was like
butt crack out the whole time.
Yeah, he like pushed up off of his shoulders, and the trunks came down as he pushed up. Now, thankfully, they were still covering the front because there were children at the show. Come on,
yeah.
But because there were children at the
Bob
show,
Holly penis suplex situation.
But because there were children at the show, they got a good laugh. His butt's out.
Yep.
It was a great spot. It was very funny. But no, so after that was when I really started getting into the indies and really starting to invest in what was going on outside of WWE, like getting more into Ring of Honor, looking into deathmatch wrestling, which I hadn't realized was a thing for the longest time. And now it's like one of my preferred shows to watch. Like, obviously, long live GCW. I fucking love deathmatch wrestling. It's art. You can't tell me otherwise.
We are both blood mutants here.
It's fucking art. It's art.
Is.
Like, it is. It's all. It doesn't matter how you slice it. All wrestling is performance art, and it's all beautiful. But so I really got invested in everything going on outside that scope, and to see. Like, because I always had perceived wrestling as a never-ending story, but fuck me, when you go from the Fed and go outside of that scope and really see everything else that's going on and seeing all the dots connecting of how everyone got to where they are, like, it's insane to think about all of these ongoing stories that never stop unless they get finished. So, Ashley, can you agree finally that Cody Rhodes' story was one worth telling?
Okay, all right, okay.
Can we at least agree on that point? I'm not saying you have to like him. I don't care if you like him. I just need you to acknowledge that this was a story worth telling.
First of all, how fucking dare you go into this whole thing about independent wrestling and all that, and then lead into a fucking question about Cody.
To wax poetic about the
Cody,
indies.
all right? Because if there was anyone who is the opposite of the fucking indie wrestling story, it's fucking Cody, all right?
We can get it. I'm going to let you finish your point, but I politely disagree. Continue.
No. The dude started in WWE. He has always been a WWE wrestler, okay?
Right.
Him going on the indies and forming AEW and everything, that was a fucking detour, all right? The dude is a WWE wrestler, has always been one, and even though he tried to not be one on the indies and in New Japan, he still was. He still
No,
was, okay?
you're right.
Okay.
No, you are absolutely right.
And-
He has been and always will be a WWE guy, but he was never going to get through the glass ceiling if he did not leave and blaze his own trail. He was never going to get there. He was going to be Stardust for the rest of his career. You know this.
No, I do know this. I don't have to fucking like it. All right?
When I asked the question, I said you didn't have to like it. The question that I asked is, can you admit that the Cody Rhodes story was one worth telling?
I'm glad they finished it. I'm glad it's over, that we could do something else now. All right.
Oh, do something else, as if Roman Reigns wasn't WWE champion for over 4 years. You want to talk about doing something else?
First, it was 3.5 years, and second, no, I was fine with that. Actually, I was fine with that because it wasn't Cody.
Listen,
yeah,
I would encourage you, just like, and this is just coming from someone who just really likes wrestling. Cultaholic has done an entire podcast series called The Roads to WrestleMania. I think you should listen to it.
I mean, I might do that, and I think I know, like, the topic with it. Like, I recognize that, yeah, Cody was not gonna go anywhere unless he left WWE. I recognize that, okay? I just felt like he was an annoying fuck that I didn't want to watch for 6 years when he was on the indies, in Ring of Honor, in New Japan, and in AEW, okay?
It sounds like he worked you into a shoot, brother.
I'm gonna fucking shove this TV off of my fucking desk, all right? It's Sunday, all right? I'll fucking fire up on a rally and kick you out of this call, all right? You fucking bitch. I'm sorry. This is the real, like, fucking trap that you were laying for me. Yeah.
This is the shoot right here.
Yeah, this is it.
No,
I'm not gonna say it's not worth telling. I feel like that's not like the question to be asked, like, here with it. Like, of course it's a story worth telling. Anyone's story is one worth telling with this, okay? I just feel like that Cody's story is one that honestly was inauthentic for a while, all right? Cody going on the indies and going on and being like, oh, I have to prove myself. I have to do this and everything like that. And it's like, no, you didn't, man. You're Dusty's kid.
Sure he did.
You're Dusty's fucking kid, okay?
And that's everything he did not want to be. It always got shoehorned in by bookers. He wanted to escape that shadow.
If he wanted to escape that, he never would have called himself the American Nightmare.
No, I think that was a diametric opposition. That's what it felt like to me. Is that, okay, well, everyone keeps talking about, oh, you're Dusty's kid, you're Dusty's kid. I'm going to be everything he wasn't. That's what that felt like to me.
And you know what? I think that through all of that, though, even through, like, the indies and everything, guess what? He still was Dusty's kid. I don't think he proved anything different. I think that because that whole time that he was, like, on the indies and everything, I still thought the same thing. I still thought this is still the same guy. This is still the same WWE guy, all right? He's just doing it, like, with blonde hair now.
But I also think that through his time in the indies, he improved dramatically. Like, I'm not saying he wasn't already skilled. Like, he looked good enough. But the time that he spent because this is another reason why I would argue that he had to leave and go do this, is that I think in WWE, if he would have stayed there, he would have just kept getting handshake after every match with no feedback. Just, hey, good job out there, kid. He would have never developed the skill set, the timing, the in-ring psychology that he has now if he didn't wrestle in places like Ring of Honor and New Japan. He would have never been able to achieve the level of skill and timing that he has now if he didn't go do what he did for those 6 years.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to argue against that. I'm really not. Okay?
But you're right.
I'm not about to.
He was always meant to be a WWE babyface. That's just who he is.
Exactly.
Like,
and that's why, like, the whole time he's doing all this, I'm like watching it. I'm like, come on, man. I know where this is going. I know where you're gonna end up. Okay, you're gonna get tired of this too, and you're gonna go back, and everyone's gonna love you. All the kids are gonna fucking love you because kids love Cody. All right.
He's the new John Cena, straight up. He's the new
yeah,
John Cena.
Absolutely. And he's going to go, and I'm going to roll my eyes about it and everything. And listen, the boring answer to this is me saying, Cody's not for me. That's it. But that's not what we're here for. We're here to argue. We're here to argue and yell and yell about shit, okay? And I'm here to say, fuck Cody. I hate that motherfucker. And everyone wants to fucking push my buttons about this, okay? I have so much more to talk about with wrestling, but no, everyone wants to get on my ass about the Cody thing.
No,
right?
I just wanted the one
He's
question.
champ now, all right?
He is champ now.
Okay, someone post the gif of him destroying Triple H's throne in reverse, okay? Because that's what this is right now. That's the gif I should have put on the front of the fucking desk.
No, fuck you. Leave it as mocking.
I should have put that there instead
that's
of
my girl.
Just being a hater, honestly. I am being a hater about this. I am a hater about Cody.
No, listen, but this is what you're right. Ashley is being a hater, but this is what makes wrestling great. With it being a never-ending story, it's a never-ending conversation about the what ifs, the what haves, the what could have beens, the what's going to be's. Like it never stops. And I don't know how to shut the fuck up. So it's really nice to have a topic that you can just keep talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vanguard with Liquid Snake moment for real. Also, Van, I saw you came in.
Actual hater. But no, I get it. I get it. There have been baby faces that I cannot stand, and there have been guys on the other side of the fence that everyone's like, oh man, this guy's doing great heel work. You know, he's a real, really gets it. And I'm over here like, no, they don't. Shut the fuck up.
Name and shame. Name and shame. Who are we talking about?
I will be completely honest with you. At first, MJF just did not click with me.
Really?
In the early going, he did not. MLW MJF didn't click with me. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I think the poster child for heel wrestler that is a heel because they're just actually better than you is Bryan Danielson. Bryan Danielson is actually a better wrestler than you, and he is going to spit in your face and talk all the shit in the universe, and then he's going to out wrestle you.
Oh yeah, so early 2000s Triple H. Yeah, you don't like that. You don't like me saying that. You don't like me saying that kick wham pedigree for 5 years straight.
That's not him being a better wrestler. That's not him being a better wrestler. That's him being booked as a better wrestler. I'm talking Bryan Danielson is actually a better wrestler.
Oh, I see. Okay.
We're talking top 0.01%. I'm not talking about the booking. I'm talking about the skill.
Okay, I see.
I'm talking strict skill. This guy will go on the mic, say, fuck your mom, fuck your set, I'm going to out wrestle you, and then do it. With MJF, I felt like the way he delivered, the way he's always delivered better than you and you know it, was always in jest, there was a twinge of sarcasm to it. But then he was going out and doing tope con hilos and doing all this high flyer shit on top of this really agile shit. I'm this just there's a dissonance there for me that didn't click. It wasn't until he started wrestling an actual chicken shit heel that it clicked with me. And I was like, oh, this is what he should have been doing all along for this character specifically. Now that he's a baby face, I don't give a fuck if he does the high flyer shit. I don't give a fuck if he does, excuse me, the Superman fucking nonsense. But with the way he was presenting himself, it just didn't click for me. And everyone else was like, oh, this guy gets it. I was like, no, he doesn't.
I kind of don't buy into babyface like MJF, honestly. And you put a good point with that, because it's you say he doesn't need to do the high flying stuff. Maybe he should have thought of that before doing an elbow directly to the fucking floor on Jay White and fucking ruin his hip.
and was already injured.
Yep.
He was Kenny Omegaing it. Like, he was wrestling through so many injuries, and
Yeah.
it's all because Tony Khan doesn't know how to fucking book a wrestling promotion.
Oh, we'll get to Tonith.
Oh,
later.
we'll get there. Don't you fucking worry.
don't
I
worry
got
about
things to say about that,
Yeah,
man.
no,
Shouts
that
out
that
AEW.
motherfucker
Wrestlers.
is no good.
I like a lot of wrestlers there. I fucking hate that show, but we'll get there.
God. Oh, God. All right. So, I mean, should we get into that? Should we go back to indie wrestling here with it? Because we touched
It's
on
your show, and I'm here to talk
because
about
I
whatever.
thought you were gonna lead into something about like independent wrestling before with talking about it and everything, and then you fucking swerved into Cody, you motherfucker.
I sure did. Well, that was always the plan, but I still, in spite of the swerve and working you into a shoot, I have a greater passion for the indies now than I ever have. It is this every day becomes a better day to be a wrestling fan. And it becomes an even better day to be a wrestler because so many people are getting invested in it, and it's so accessible now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can pay $60 a year to watch every single GCW show.
Yep.
And I love it, and I can keep up with this shit. And sometimes I can watch some TNA shows for free. Sometimes I can watch, like, I believe AIW is also on there as well. And XPW is on there for whatever fucking reason. We don't talk about that.
No, let's talk about it loudly.
Oh, fuck XPW.
Yo,
fuck XPW.
Hey, listen, I was there on the front line for the XPW CZW like war that they had in the early 2000s, actually.
Oh, can you call it a war if it's that one-sided?
XPW literally muscled CZW out of the old ECW arena.
Which, that's pathetic.
They literally, XPW was paying to have the rights to be the only company to run at Viking Hall. Like, and CZW had to like move to like running in like a nightclub in New Jersey for a few months. Like, and
so they muscled him out with money.
He muscled him out with money. Rob Black had that porno money, man. Rob Black paid Justice Payne a bonus to abandon CZW and work for XPW.
There is a decently lengthy list of people in the professional wrestling industry that if I ever had the opportunity, consequences or not, I would punch their fucking teeth down their throat. Rob Black is one of those people.
Oh yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
given the opportunity, I would make him eat his teeth for breakfast.
Mm-hmm. You
fuck
and a lot
that guy.
of people would do that. The Messiah in particular would agree with you on that.
I would think so.
Yeah, considering the America's Most Wanted thing and everything. I should fill in like the people who are not familiar with it here. There was a professional wrestler named the Messiah who worked for XPW, which is stands for Extreme Pro Wrestling. I feel like, who were based in California, but the Messiah was like their champion. But they like had like an argument. He had an argument with Rob Black, who is the promoter, who is a pornographer by trade. But like he had an argument with him, and then there was a whole thing about like, the Messiah slept with his wife and stuff like that. So Rob Black hired assassins to go to the Messiah's house to cut off his thumbs. And yeah, the thumb story, Ray. Yeah, the thumb story. Yeah.
Yep.
Cut off one of his thumbs, but then like they didn't get the job done. So the Messiah lost his thumb, but like he was still wrestling like 2 months later. He wrestled in the first CW Tournament of Death. But yeah, indie wrestling is fucking wild like that.
It is. It certainly can be.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I like I was saying, I have like a very great passion for I've always been passionate about wrestling. Wrestling.
Rob Black did go to prison, Ray. I want to make that clear. Rob Black went to prison for like, what, 7, 8, 10 years, something like that?
Yep.
For shipping, it wasn't for that. It was for the pornography, actually. It was because for shipping explicit material across state lines. The sort of thing where it's just like, the material in this video is legal in California, but it's not in this state, and he sent it to another state, and that's how they got him. And now he lives in Rochester, New York, and he owns a hamburger shop called American Hamburgers.
which I would like to clarify for people too. This guy was making like lightweight snuff films with his pornography. Like it was extremely like I myself am a sex worker and I like this man was making extremely unethical shit. Like it was horrible.
We don't need to get
like
into
stuff
more
that should
details
not have
than
been
that.
legal in the state of California. Like what the fuck? What do you mean?
It was it. Yeah, no, it is not great. It is not great. Like with what he was doing, you know. But he got caught. He went to prison. XPW went away for a long time. Now he did his time. He came back, and now he is he's running XPW again, which is fucking weird. It's really pathetic, honestly. Like, all their marketing is like, you can't cancel what was never canceled. It's like, shut the fuck up, man. All right.
They literally have a Trumper tag team as like their top heels.
Oh yeah, and that's Necro Butcher. Necro Butcher is now known as Mega MAGA. It sucks. It sucks so bad. Honestly.
It's the worst.
It's so
bad. It's the actual worst. I would rather. Nope, not. We're shooting, but I am not going to say that.
Yeah. Anyway, you get the point. XPW was not great, and they had like the pettiest pissy contest of a war with CZW in like 2003.
But CZW is always just better. CZW's always just been better.
Yeah, but not so much anymore. CZW is kind of a shell of its former self for now.
Well, because it was. I feel like CZW had like just went through an identity crisis and is still kind of going through that. Like CZW doesn't know what it wants to be anymore.
Well, here's the thing with that. CZW was like kind of suffering for a while. Because here's the thing. John Zandig doesn't own CZW anymore and has it for like over 10 years.
Right.
He sold the company to DJ Hyde, and DJ Hyde was running it. But like in early like 2020, you know, where a lot of companies like went into hibernation and like came back, you know, because of the pandemic and everything.
Right.
CZW just kind of stayed closed for like 2 years.
Yep.
They just kind of stay closed for 2 years, and all the wrestlers that wrestled there just moved on elsewhere. They just kind of moved on elsewhere, and now like CZW essentially started over. Like they essentially have started over. They have like. They still have, like, you know, like, Tournament of Death, like, on occasion and everything. But, like, they essentially, like, restarted their roster, like, with their trainees. And, like, the only, like, legacy wrestler they have is Rich Swann, who's their champion now. It's... how
the mighty have fallen.
No, they are running very small venues and, like, everything. And they occasionally, like, get, like, some guys there who are, like, kind of noteworthy on the indies. But CZW is nowhere near like how it was like previously. Like CZW like peaked in like the early like 2000s, and then it just kind of like wavered and everything. And it's like you've seen a lot of guys like go through. Say like MJF is a former Combat Zone Wrestling champion.
Wait, actually?
Yes.
No,
MJF is a former CZW champion. If he hadn't gotten injured at like in like near the end of 2018, he was supposed to defend the title in the Cage of Death.
No fucking shit.
Yes. Yep. This is on record. You can look it up. MJF was CZW champion. He cut his teeth in CZW. So it was like he went like from CZW, then like he was in like MLW, like you said before, and then that led to AEW and everything. Yeah.
Right.
Indie MJF is funny too, because like anytime they would do like shoot interview stuff or anything like that, he basically is made fun of by everybody. Like everybody like dumped on him like all the time, would make fun of him. Everyone would call him MJF and he would hate it, but he would just have to like smile and nod and go along with it. So, anyway, let's see here. Something like I wanted to bring up with you is just like early 2000s Nick Gage, because you are a huge fan of Nick Gage. Everyone should be honestly.
Yeah.
Like,
listen, you are. I gotta back up from the mic. I gotta back up because you already know what it is. It's MDK all fucking day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So here's the thing with early 2000s Nick Gage. Exact same guy. He has always been like this. Like, here's the thing. Nick Gage is the first ever CZW champion in 1999, okay? He has always looked 40.
Yep.
He is one of those,
I've seen clips.
Yep. He's like you know how Ricky Morton always looks like he's 65?
Yes.
Or like 52 or something his entire life.
Which he's like 67, if I remember right.
Yeah,
and he's still doing Canadian Destroyers.
Yeah, he's like 67. Doesn't look a day over 52. And he has always looked 52 ever since the 80s. Nick Gage is one of those guys, honestly. He has always looked like he is in his early 40s and will continue to do so. But like, here's the thing, like also, like early on in CZW's existence, they had a working deal with Big Japan. And that's how like all those like CZW Big Japan shows like that's how Zandig got an action figure. It's because he had a deal with Big Japan, which involved him like taking over booking of Big Japan, which he just used in a way to put his own guys over.
Right.
And that's why there's like the rumor that is not proven is that Zandig can't go back to Japan because he's in trouble with the mafia. He's in trouble with the Yakuza over there.
I mean, I'd buy it.
yeah, absolutely. Like, hey, every wrestling story might be a lie. Pro wrestling is an industry built on lies.
It is.
Yep. So, but you never let the truth get in the way of a good story, honestly. Anyway, but also that's how Jun Kasai got introduced to the United States through CCW. There are some very fucked up video of him like his elbow like getting cut up during a death match and stuff like that.
Oh God.
Yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to say very briefly that like early Nick Gage, exactly the same. I will say though that like his popularity did skyrocket when he got back from prison.
Yep.
Because Nick Gage got arrested for robbing a bank. That day was insane, by the way.
John Moxley has gone on record to say the one fucking time that guy doesn't wear a bandana over his face is the time he robs a fucking bank.
Yes, I said the same thing, okay? I was at work the day that happened, and I got like 3 or 4 texts from people being like, Nick Gage robbed a bank. And I'm like, excuse me?
Like, what do you mean? I said what I said.
Yeah.
Nick Gage robbed a bank.
Nick Gage robbed a bank. And he did his time. And he like found himself and he cleaned himself up and everything. And there was like that weird thing where like he violated parole and had to go back for another year. Which was like a really confusing thing. But he's clean now. And he's clean now. And like he's done his time and everyone loves him.
To circle back to a previous point that I made of authenticity is rewarded, the entire reason that this man had the resurgence that he did, like, and get the both times that he got out of prison, the 2 times that he was in, he was getting fan mail in bulk every single day because people loved him. And people loved him because he was real, is because he bled out metaphorically and literally for whoever would fucking watch. And the people that watched loved him and still do. And it's because he's real. It's the reason Eddie Kingston is, I would say at this point, my favorite wrestler of all time.
A good pick. That's
down.
A good pick. Yeah.
And
hold up real quick. Kaja, he did have a pain pill addiction, but he did clean up from that. That's what I mean by that.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, continue.
But the reason I love Eddie Kingston so much, and I know it's not everybody's thing, and I certainly know that, like, yeah, Eddie Kingston's a workhorse. He's not the cleanest wrestler ever. He's not doing fucking topes and all this flippy dippy shit that Jim Cornette would probably have a stroke over. But he's real. And he bleeds it out in the ring. And that's what makes it fucking cool. And that's what made people love Nick Gage. And that's what got Nick Gage clean and motivated to keep fucking going. Was that all of these people recognized and rewarded his authenticity and let him know while he was locked up that, hey, dude, we love you. We can't wait to see you come back. And he did. And it's been all roses ever since. This dude, fucking mosh pits start in crowds when he makes his entrance. These people literally mob this motherfucker, and he loves it. It's just, I'm not getting emotional talking about it or anything, but it's just.
You've been to a couple of GCW shows.
I have.
You were a part of those mosh pits when you came out, right?
I got fucking rocked by Nick Gage, and it was awesome. I got knocked right back into my seat. He came out to make his entrance. I was gonna give him a high five. I was like, "Yeah, let's go!" And he's like, "Yeah, motherfucker!" And like just shoves the fuck out of me.
Hell yes! All right.
And then Maki came in right behind him, and I got to high five Maki, and I almost cried. I was like, "Yes, that's my girl!"
Oh, Maki kicks ass. I want to talk about Maki in a second.
Yes,
I haven't been to a lot of GCW shows. I've only been to one actual GCW show. It was one that they did like in South Jersey at the end of like 2018. But like the main event of that show was PCO versus Masato Tanaka.
Oh fuck yeah, girl.
Yeah, honestly, like that I am so happy I got to see Masato Tanaka wrestle in person. Do I remember anything else from that show? No, I do not. But I do remember that main event. I still have video I took of it too. Like, of course, PCO took fucked up chair shots to the head in that match. Like, of course he did. Ugh. Anyway, Remy. Maki.
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna zoom out here so people can see Maki Ito on the screen there. For those who don't know, Maki Ito is a Japanese wrestler who used to be an idol. What was the idol group she was a part of? Do you remember?
I don't remember the name of the idol group she was in, no.
Yeah. But she was in one of those idol groups where it's like 20 or 30 girls or whatever, and she ended up getting fired for like being too ugly or something. Or
her forehead was too big.
Forehead was too big, her face was too big or something like that. And so she was like, and also she was like, really rude or something like that or whatever. Like she was too rude to be an idol, so she was like, all right, and she became a professional wrestler. And like so she was really rude. Lin Q. Okay, Link. Okay, is that how it's pronounced? Linq. Is that pronounced Link? No.
Probably. Yeah. Maybe.
You know what? It does for this point, and it's not the first time I mispronounced something. If that's the case, and it's fine. But she was a part of this group. She failed at being an idol, and so she became a pro wrestler and became wildly successful at it as a result. And honestly, that is something that I, in a very abstract way, that is something that I can actually relate to with it.
Yeah.
Because I failed in my chosen career path of trying to get into animation. And then I had to pick myself up and be like, all right, well, what can I do that I like? And I mean, this isn't my career, but artistically, I'm enjoying it a lot, and I'm getting success from it. And Maki certainly is. She has certainly carved out like a niche for herself with it, and I'm really happy to see success with it.
I feel like we've kind of gone back to this point quite a bit since the start of the stream because we just got right the fuck into it. But we very much live in a world where the majority tries to quantify success in dollars and cents.
God,
and
yeah.
We have to get to a place, not even just as artists, but as people, that doesn't have to be the case. Your success, your joy does not have to be measured in a dollar value. And that's something that I had to teach myself very recently. I had to teach myself that success is not measured in dollars and cents. It's measured in what you get out of what you're making. Because it doesn't fucking, like, when you die, no one fucking goes under with you. You go in the box, in the dirt, alone.
Yeah.
So why the fuck would you make shit for anyone else but you?
Yeah.
And
it's he who dies of the most toys still dies, you know?
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons why I love Maki so much is like the story that goes along with why she does what she does. Like, and she even makes light of why she got fired with her forehead being too big by using her head as a weapon. And eating punches like they're nothing.
It's fucking poetic, honestly, that she goes out there and headbutts the fuck out of people.
Cause it is her way of saying fuck you to the people that didn't want her. and leaning into the people that do.
And she's like she's taking like, you know, everything she learned from being an idol and everything and just applying it to pro wrestling, which, hey, guess what? I'm taking everything I learned from getting my animation degree and applying it to this stream.
Right, exactly.
Why it's the way it is. Oh man. No, Maki kicks ass. I'm so glad we talked about that.
Fucking love her.
Yeah.
I would say she's number 3 on my list now.
Okay.
I'd say number 3.
Okay, so she's number 3. Eddie Kicks is number 1. Who's number 2?
Bray Wyatt.
Really? Really? Nick Gage doesn't break the top 3?
Nick Gage is probably 4 for me. And then Rhea Ripley is 5.
Okay, yeah. Is it because of why you like Rhea Ripley?
Wait, can you ask that again?
Why do you like Rhea Ripley? Just a little question. Why do you like
Rhea Ripley is the greatest women's wrestler in the industry right now.
I
like straight up.
Listen, I recognize it. She is a great wrestler. I was trying to bait you into having a she's hot moment, because that is how all my friends are with her.
Okay.
Even non-wrestling fans, I said like, hey, how does this woman make you feel? And like everyone's like, gay, I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay.
If you ask anyone but a diehard lifelong wrestling fan, why do you like Rhea Ripley? The answer is would. But you're asking a diehard wrestling fan why they like Rhea Ripley. And I like Rhea Ripley because she's the greatest women's wrestler in the industry right now. Not even just greatest women's wrestler. She's one of the greatest wrestlers in the industry right now, period. In presentation, the way she carries herself, her promo, her in-ring psychology, the way she does everything has a purpose. There is no wasted energy. There is no wasted movement. Everything she does serves a purpose, and she does it with style. She does it with swagger. She does it with power. Everything she does is good. Every match she touches turns to gold. She wrestled Becky Lynch for all of 8 minutes, and it was still one of the best matches at WrestleMania over the past
100%.
weekend.
Yeah.
She's like, give me any other wrestler, and I will tell you why Rhea Ripley's better. Straight up.
We don't. We'll be here forever if we do that. It's the thing.
Oh, I know.
I take your word for it. Also, the chat everyone is saying yes, would, hot, Rhea, tapping fingers together. So, yep. Groot saying, I see a woman in a fishnet top. I hit like. Yep.
Silver, come on!
As great as she is for the Gooners.
That's right.
Pro wrestling is for everyone, even the Gooners.
Even the Gooners.
Gooners. You know what I mean?
No one kicks out of the zesty pin.
You know what? I hadn't thought about that, but that's a good point. Yeah.
Because Lance Storm actually made a really good point. I hadn't thought about it until I watched this interview, but Lance Storm did an interview with Chris Van Fleet, and they just happened to start talking about Rhea Ripley. And basically what he had said, because I don't remember quotes verbatim, fuck me running. But basically he was like, when you talk about the losers, you always talk about the ones looking up at the lights. Rhea Ripley, when she pins for the win, is never looking at the lights. She's always looking at the hard cam. And I'm like, damn, I hadn't even put that the fuck together until Lance Storm said it.
The devil's in the details.
Exactly.
Those little things are always I think some of my favorite parts of wrestling, very small bits like that, which feel like they're pedantic in some contexts, but it's it all adds together. It makes something really
I don't think it's pedantic. It's all about the nuance and the finer details. The thing that people are shitting themselves over more than anything about the main event of WrestleMania isn't about the fact that Cody won. Everyone's shitting themselves about the fact that Roman Reigns finally got his revenge on Seth Rollins, in spite of the fact that it cost him everything.
Yes, that is one of my favorite bits. Is the fact that Roman saw Seth in Shield gear and they recreated the shot it's side by side. You can put the video next to each other of when Seth hit Roman with the chair to break up the Shield and Roman fell on the ropes. They recreated that perfectly with Seth landing on the ropes.
There's poetry.
So fucking good. So fucking good. you know, it was a Pyrrhic victory for Roman there.
Yeah.
Not even a victory. No, he lost. What am I fucking talking about? He fucking blew it. It was a victory for him in that he got revenge on Seth, but not a victory in the sense that Cody lost. He lost his title to Cody. Hey, how do you feel about like the rumor that the Undertaker wasn't supposed to show up? That was supposed to be Stone Cold.
Shit happens.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. I know some people are upset. I'm not one to cry over spilled beer.
Good one. That's a good one. That's a good one.
I like, would I have liked to seen a face-to-face with The Rock and Stone Cold? Who the fuck wouldn't? Like, it is, to this day, one of the most legendary feuds of all time. If people have tried to capture lightning in a bottle twice with that energy and have tried to recreate that, it can't be replicated. It simply can't. It changed the industry, what those two had. And so would it have been great at WrestleMania fucking 40 to see a face-to-face between The Rock and Austin? Of course it would. Was it still hilarious and awesome that it was Mark Calloway? Yeah.
In the hoodie and everything.
Great. In the fucking hoodie.
Landlord Mark Calloway.
Like, this man was Jay chillin', and they were like, hey, listen, can you just, like, go body The Rock real quick? And he's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother. A payday's a payday. You know what I mean?
I think people give Mark Calloway a lot of flack for like how he talks and like some of the opinions he's had. I think he's just an old school guy that has a very like skewed opinion of like what people's experience in the business is. But I still think like he genuinely gives a shit and honestly still has a lot of really good things to say, a lot of good advice to give. And so like, I like that the man can still get his roses by giving a singular choke slam and leaving.
Yeah. Hey, just real quick, speaking of last weekend, yo, how gassed up was The Rock? Like, holy shit.
Hey, listen.
HD was not kind to that man's back knee, all right?
Look, he's a busy man. He's a busy man.
Of course. Who has time? Who has time to grow muscles properly when you have to make 7 TikToks a day about nutrition?
Yup. That's a man I also have opinions about, but you know.
What do I know? What do I know, Remy?
I guess we're shooting. I think The Rock is a fucking hack.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I don't think he's cut. I think The Rock is a hack, and I think The Rock hasn't cut a good promo since 2002.
Oh, that recent?
That recent. I think Rock Triple H with The Rock as undisputed champion. That was the last time The Rock was a good promo. After that, it's been pile of shit after pile of shit after pile of shit, and WWE just keeps putting tiny little bows on top of it and going, here you go, it's The Rock. It's The Rock promo. He's yelling, he's making dick jokes and like spitting out racist and queer slurs. Like, isn't this great? Isn't this the edgy television that you want? No, it's not.
It was, and I'm glad that they finally made him fucking a heel this time around. And it's and they kind of did it in like a meta sort of way by having him just say fuck all the time and having to bleep him out and shit like that.
That's because it's all he knows how to do to be entertaining.
And you know what? They worked around it. They worked around it. Yep.
I'm gonna give credit where credit is due. In terms of The Rock's involvement in the road to WrestleMania, he did get me to turn around on his involvement a bit when he posted the post-Raw beatdown of Cody Rhodes on his TikTok account. And it wasn't the video itself that got me to turn around. It was the reaction to it. And not the reaction by wrestling fans, but the reaction of people that did not have a fucking clue what was going on in that video. Because there are hundreds of millions of people that follow The Rock on social media that have no fucking idea he used to be a professional wrestler. So to these people, he's just gutting some weird blonde man on TV. And people in the comment section are going, why is The Rock beating up this poor man? Can someone please explain what's happening? And then the other half of the comments are just people like me going,
why is he beating up this man? Have you seen this man's neck tattoo? Remy, I'm sorry. You like.
No, I'm not gonna try to sell you on the neck tattoo.
The neck tattoo is the wackest thing in the fucking world. Okay.
So, if
and
he
I
was
think
covered
he
in
knows
tattoos,
that,
it would be
but
one thing.
He is doubling down so hard on it every day of his fucking life. He's
and you know what? Power to him. Power to him. Love yourself. Lean into yourself.
It touches his jawline, Remy. It touches his fucking jawline.
I know.
So fucking bad. He got it touched up before he made the surprise appearance at WrestleMania 2 years ago.
And you know what?
It touched up.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen, it might suck, but it doesn't have to suck and look completely shitty. You can still touch it up. But no, that's where The Rock got me to turn around, is the fact that he used his wealth of resources to really get eyes on the show. Because what is as a worker in the industry, what are you trying to do as a wrestler? You're trying to draw money. That's what it is. Wrestling is a circus event. Whether or not it still occurs at circuses is irrelevant. Wrestling is a circus show, and the circus is all about illusion, and it's all about hyping up that illusion to draw money.
Yep.
And that's what The Rock was doing by using his wealth of resources in social media to show what he was doing, to reach a more casual audience, and to make wrestling fans like me go, oh, he actually does kind of give a shit about what he's doing here. So that was the moment that I turned around and got really excited about what was to come at WrestleMania.
Yeah. The great irony is to us is the fact that professional wrestling would not exist without capitalism. Like flat out. We can talk about the art of professional wrestling and everything, but at the end of the day, it was created as a way to swindle people out of money.
Yep.
You know, we're all marks.
It's true.
We are all marks. Every wrestler is a mark. They're such marks they got into doing it. The ultimate fucking swerve, honestly.
I'm such a fucking mark. I started LARPing in my underwear. Like,
yep. And we're marks too. You know, like it's just like, and we're marks too. It's just like here we are giving them attention and talking about it for an hour and a fucking half.
Yep.
They got us. They fucking got us. God damn.
And I love it. I love every second of it. I have been a wrestling fan for almost 2 decades. It has been one of 3 constants in my life. It's been wrestling, music, and video games. Those, like, of all of the things that I have been in and out of, those have been the 3 constants throughout my entire life.
I want to actually, like, obviously you might want to talk more about wrestling. I think there are other topics you wanted to talk about that, but sure. I wanted to discuss, like, music a little bit here.
Sure,
it's
absolutely.
Like, here's the thing. Like, I'm not going to be able to have, like, a best album sort of discussion or anything, like, with you. Like, with this. Like,
yeah.
That's not the kind of person, like, I am, unfortunately. But I have, like, been involved, like, because I had a lot of friends who were musicians. I had a lot of friends who, like, would play, like, local shows and stuff like that. And honestly, there was a lot of parallels between, like, pro wrestling and, like, in being an independent musician as well.
Yes.
Because it's like
absolutely.
Because it's like in indie wrestling, what do? You drive for hours at a time. You go to a rec center. You get paid $20 to perform for 10 minutes. And you know what you do when you're in a hardcore band? You drive for several hours to a rec center. You get paid $10 if you're lucky to perform for 10 minutes.
Yep.
And I think that also, like, contributed to why, like, you know, another reason why we loved independent wrestling a lot is because, like, we would see that. We would see it. It was just like, oh, wrestlers are pulling up and they're lugging all their gear out of the SUV that 5 of them piled into. That was us last week. You know?
I'll tell you. I actually love that you brought up that aspect of music specifically, because I actually have a story
Oh,
in
please.
regards to that
Please.
lifestyle.
Please.
So fresh out of high school, instead of going to college, I joined a metal band. I was in a metal band for 3 years.
No shit.
Yes, we did melodic death metal, and it was
Nice.
it was some of the best and worst times of my entire life, because I was doing a lot of drugs. I was around a lot of shitty people, but at the same time, though, like, we were making something that we actually cared about. And for every shitty person that was in my life, I had someone in my life that genuinely cared and was like really instrumental, no pun intended, to being the person I am now. And but the story that I think of specifically with, you know, like being on the road, sweating your ass off for nothing kind of thing, was we were set to record an EP. We were going to do 5 tracks, and we were going to do like 5 tracks over the course of 3 days is how we had it
like
set
you
up.
rented studio time and everything to do
Yes.
that? Okay.
Yep. And we had this all set up. We had all the money set aside. Well, the frontman's dad had a joint account with the frontman's son.
Oh, no.
The frontman was his son. For whatever fucking reason.
This is going.
And he was about to leave on a business trip, and he withdrew from the wrong account.
Oh, no.
And all of our studio money was gone, with the exception of, I think there was $600 left.
Fuck.
It was $450 a track.
Jesus Christ.
So it's like, well, what the fuck do we do? It's like, well, we rented the studio. We can't just fucking no-show. Like, we need to go and talk about it and figure this out. I'm going to pause there for a second, because I need to get myself some oiter.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? And I want to use the restroom as well. So, with the chat, everyone in the chat saying, "Oh no, we're gonna go to BRB, and we'll be back in a few minutes, folks." And then we a fucking cliffhanger, people. All right, BRB, folks.
Let's get it.
Remy.
Hi.
So we still got a couple minutes on the clock here on the BRB screen, but man,
We do.
I don't know. Should we go back? Should we switch back? I mean, we did like leave on a cliffhanger there. Something I have not done like before.
I do want to say I wish I could say I had the foresight to have to actually plan that cliffhanger. I didn't realize what I did until I did it. I just really needed water, but I was like, "Oh, that worked out super well."
You worked the marks, brother.
I sure did.
Oh my god. All right, let's get back.
Let's do it.
All right. So, Remy, you rented your band rented the studio time. The band frontman's dad withdrew all the money you were going to use for recording. And you only had $600 and it was $450 a song. What did y'all do?
Well, keep in mind too, the studio was about 3 hours away. So we also had money set aside for hotel. So that way we weren't driving 6 hours round trip every fucking day.
Holy shit.
Right?
I didn't know how it gets worse.
Yeah, it gets worse. So we were like, all right, fuck it. We're gonna go to the studio, and if we can only do one song, we can only do one song. Fuck it. But we gotta do something. Like, we set aside the time, we have to figure it out. And we get to the studio and we're talking to the guy about what happened. And keep in mind too, we're pulling up and we're going around the neighborhood. And that was weird thing number one was this was just in a neighborhood.
It was just a fucking residential neighborhood.
Yes. Oh, and we pull up to this guy's house and we're like, what is this? This is just a house studio? What the fuck is this shit? And then he goes to open the garage.
Oh, fucking no.
And he opens the garage. Girl, I'm telling you, this was probably $100,000 studio, easily.
Oh!
Yeah, no, it was state-of-the-art shit.
What a fucking swerve.
Garage.
Okay.
Yeah. It was the
biggest
You are
swerve. Giving me neck trauma from the twists and turns of this fucking story.
It's great.
Oh my god.
This is the parody of life, baby. But that was after the conversation we had. We're talking to the guy. We're standing outside. We're all bumming smokes and shit. And we're like, hey, this is what happened. This is the situation we're in. And he was like, I'll tell you what. You give me that $600, I'll do 2 tracks for you, but you're getting it done in 2 days. And we were like, okay, well, then we need to start now. And so he opened the garage. We see the studio, and we're all like, fuck, dude. This is nuts. So we banged out 2 tracks in 2 days. First day, it was all drums, all rhythm tracks and shit. And then the flair was added on day 2. This is where the story gets ridiculous because we got to the end of recording.
It's not already?
No, it's not over. It's not over. So we recorded for about 12 hours straight. Just non-fucking stop.
Jesus Christ, girl.
We would take smoke breaks. If someone didn't need to be on a track, we were probably ripping the bong in the fucking common area. Just waiting our turn.
Send someone to go get Taco Bell or whatever.
Yep. Oh, we were getting pizzas delivered all weekend. So we get to the end of day 1 and we're sitting there going, all right, well, we don't have money for a hotel. Do we make the 6-hour round trip? And the front man was like, no, fuck that. I'm not driving 6 hours round trip 2 days in a row. I'm not doing it. Fuck that. This van sucks. I don't even know if it'll make the 2 trips. We need to figure something out. It's like, well, I'm pretty sure it's legal to sleep in the Walmart parking lot.
Oh, boy. Van life. Hashtag van life.
Actual van life. So we went to a Walmart. We got super fucking ripped, went inside, and we got the food that we could afford for the night for dinner, which was a loaf of bread, a jar of Goober grape, and a bag of Doritos. And we took it back to the van and fell asleep watching Interview with a Vampire because it was a van with a TV in it.
Jesus Christ. So you just sitting in the seats in the van?
Yep. Well, like all the seats could recline and shit. And then you
Okay.
had like a bench seat in the very back. So we got one sleeping sprawled out in the back, two in the back seats, and then two in the front seat. It was you want to talk about developing bonds with people. That's how you do that shit. That's how you build a fucking brotherhood is living van life. And so we did that, woke up the next morning, all like got kinks at our necks and shit. We're like, well, that was fucking stupid. Let's go to the studio. So we go back for day 2. And this was during a time where I was a dirty, filthy cigarette smoker. I haven't had one in 3 years. Let's go.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So we get to the studio and we all realize we're out of smokes. Like everybody. And we all smoked. And we're all just sitting here like, there's no fucking way we're getting through 12 hours of studio time without cigarettes. We're going to fucking die here. So the front man pulls out a bag of loose tobacco out of the glove box.
My God.
And we're looking around going, okay, what can we roll this in? And the rhythm guitarist grabs an atlas off the floor.
No! No!
Rips a fucking page off and tries to roll a cigarette with an atlas paper.
Was it like glossy paper?
No, it wasn't glossy. It was ink.
Okay, all right.
It was
still
all inked.
You can understand why I would ask that.
Yeah, but like we're huffing ink. Like I was like, it's like you know how
get someone to get 50 cents to get a newspaper?
That would have been just as bad. But no, he did that, and like he's sitting there looking like he's about to puke. I was like, he's like, it's not that bad, man. It's not that bad. And I was like, you know how like in some circles, someone will find something that smells really bad and be like, oh my fucking God, dude, come over here and smell this. And as a courtesy, you do a courtesy sniff. I was doing the equivalent of a courtesy sniff for this. I took a hit off of that, arguably the dumbest decision I've ever made in my life. Because keep in mind, I'm the one doing clean vocals for these fucking songs.
Oh, you were the vocalist?
I was doing clean vocals, yes. The front man did all the screaming. I did all the clean vocals.
Hold on, a few things in the chat. Aurora Anon, welcome, first of all. Saying, Remy, you scare me.
Love you, Aurora.
Solishik saying, this is a story from the 70s.
Yeah, no, straight up.
Okay, so you smoke some of that geography.
I smoking on that geography, my tummy going crazy.
Your tummy full of PB&J and Doritos.
Like, actually, dude, day 2 was a fucking nightmare. We were all exhausted. We were out of weed. We were out of cigarettes. Like, it was like, dude, how do we survive? But we managed it. We did. And I think at the end of that day, I experienced one of the most rewarding moments as an artist, where we were doing the clean vocals. Like I was last up to do clean vocals for the chorus of like our mainstay song. Like it was the song that for the regulars that came out, every time we played it, they shit themselves. And like we had like regional success. Like we had a really good following. So like we got really good reactions to shit. And like this was like our staple song. And we're doing clean vocals to finish it out. And we were recording for the bridge. And like, it was just this really like mid-range part. Should have been easy enough. It took me like 30 takes to get it done. And I was so pissed off that it took that many takes.
You smoked an Atlas. That's why.
I did. It was really rough, but eventually we got around it. And I mean, props to the producer that we had. I'm going to tell you something. If you think that someone like a music producer or a director is being a dick for the sake of being a dick, I promise you they're not. Whiplash is a bit of an extreme example. Don't take that. I'm saying in a general sense. If you feel like your producer is Gordon Ramsaying you, there's a good fucking reason. And it's because you can do better. They're being a dick because they have the faith that you can do better. And this producer was a fucking drill sergeant the entire weekend. And like it was necessary. It elevated us to make the best shit that we could.
I mean,
and
you're
so
compressing 3 days into 2, like,
yeah,
you know, so.
And so we got to the end of that, and he was like, "Hey, would you mind trying something for me?" I was like, "What's up?" He's like, how about a high harmony for that bridge? And I was like, "Oh my God, my throat is already fucking shot." But it's like, okay, no, fuck it. Let's see if we can lay it down.
You're trusting his judgment on this.
Yeah. And keep in mind, again, drill sergeant producer the entire fucking weekend. Like, he was a fun enough guy, but like he would like crack jokes and shit. He was very personable. Like, we were chopping it up with him about other artists he had worked with. Like, he was a really cool dude to work with. But the second the mics were on, is nope, do it again.
All business.
That sucked. Do it again.
Business.
Fuck that. Do it again. It's like, run that back. Listen to that. You hear how it sucks? Yeah, do it again. So keep that in mind. I go to do this high harmony. Like, we worked it out together. Like, he had a keyboard in the studio where like we were kind of like working out the range and the notes and all that. And I was like, all right, let me try it. Well, let me see how it sounds. And I go to hit this high harmony part for the bridge. First take, I just fucking belt this shit. It's like at the peak of my fucking range, which at the time was really fucking high. Like, I could sing in an alto range without falsetto at the time. So like, I was fucking up there. And like, my eyes were closed. I'm just like in the moment, just like trying to get this out. I open my eyes and I see the rest of my bandmates and the producer lifting their jaws off the floor. And I was like, do I need to do it again? And he was like, nah, man, we're keeping that one.
Oh my God.
And
that's so good. That's so fucking good.
And from there, we wrapped it up. He got into post-production. We took the 3-hour van ride home laughing about how fucking stupid that weekend was. And that was it. And it was
2 tracks.
And they were great. And we shopped them to no one. And that's when I learned, if you want something done right, you fucking do it yourself. Because we shopped that out to no one.
Why? Also,
because
hi, Sheeburger. Great way to come in. Hi.
That is, I love that name, by the way. That's really good.
Yeah.
But no, so we had a manager, and so between him, the front man, and the rhythm guitarist, which like they were like the head honchos of the band, like they were the ones who ran shit. They were, all three of them were like, no, we'll shop it out, we'll figure it out. We got it. And just did nothing with it. We passed a few CDs out to our friends, and that was it. And then we reached a point where I got tired of doing drugs. The drummer liked drugs a little too much. The lead guitarist, who could shred his fucking ass off, was sick of playing metal music. And the frontman and rhythm guitarist wanted to be nuclear physicists. So the band just dissolved.
What a fucking pivot, honestly.
I know.
You still have these tracks, right?
Somewhere. They are somewhere. Unfortunately, MySpace has been lost to the sands of time. Because that's when we were doing it. It was the era of MySpace.
I mean, that was the era that I was in a band, so like I get it.
Wait, you were in a fucking band?
Okay, I want to be clear. Okay.
Okay.
It was a joke band that I was in. Okay.
That's still great. Bro job fucking rules.
Yeah. So, okay. Okay, so first of all, Silver Streak is sold on you. That's sick. So when I said I had a lot of friends who were a lot of friends who are in music, like I had friends who were in music who had like an actual band, but he also had like a joke band. I'm not gonna say the name of it because it will be an Insta docs, okay?
Of course.
But like it was basically the whole theme of the band was they have no songs, they never practice, and it's always God. And it's never the same people. It's always whoever is at the show would be like, hey, do you want to play in so-and-so tonight? And some people are like, yeah, actually. And so it would be, and then it would just be like, we would put on like like thrift store costumes, lucha masks and stuff like that, and just play random shit, yell into the microphone. I was a percussionist, which meant, you know what that meant. I was fucking
I do know what that means.
You do know. I'm hitting a fucking garbage can. I'm hitting a sled. I'm throwing a chain against the floor.
Oh, so you were a clown from Slipknot.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Someone finally picked up the Slipknot joke. Finally.
Girl, I have
Years of
two
telling this
Slipknot
fucking
tattoos.
story. Yeah.
I have 2 Slipknot tattoos. Like, I get it.
Oh my god.
Like, actually.
Yeah, no, I was the guy in Slipknot hitting the keg, all right?
Which I don't give a fuck what anybody says. That shit is cool and is awesome for
It's
stage
necessary
presence.
to the song. There's a reason Slipknot has like 10 guys in it. All of them are important, all right?
Correct. Finally, someone cultured.
God,
Jesus.
yeah. But so like the band was meant to basically be a parody of like hardcore bands, because where I lived, like there were a lot of hardcore bands that took themselves way too fucking seriously.
Oh my god.
So we would just do shit like that. Like we would like basically, and also like we would do fucking pro wrestling matches during sets. As well.
Yes.
Like we had like toy belts and stuff like that, and it would be like, you know, we would do it in the set and the lead singer would turn to someone. Sometimes they'd be like, hey, you fucking suck tonight, you're out of tune, and then we would just have a pro wrestling match while the rest of the band played. I have been, and definitely I've done that. I've been hit with light tubes during that and stuff. We've brawled outside of the arena. Arena. It was a dive bar, okay?
It sounds like y'all were doing Circle 6 before fucking Atticus Cogar was doing Circle 6.
Yes.
Like straight up, it's just a metal show with
listen.
deathmatch wrestling.
We were Diet Bad Luck 13 Riot Extravaganza, okay? I'm so glad I can make that joke and you get it. I'm so glad someone gets that joke. Okay, but there was definitely one time like where the plan was, okay, we're gonna fake breaking up at the end of the set. And we played like so badly that night, and it's recorded, by the way. We recorded this and I uploaded it to YouTube.
Oh my god.
The videos are privated. Sometime when we're hanging out like off air, I'll find these videos and I'll show you them.
Please, I would love that.
But at the end of their set, like it was in a dive bar, and like there were 2 people left watching. One of our friends and like one of I think the bassist's like girlfriend who was recording it were left. And then like someone said, "What do we do?" And then the lead singer was like, "Should we break up?" And then because not like as like a part of the act, it's just like, oh, is this the part where we break up? Like a botchamania, everyone talks too much moment. And then just immediately we launch back into character and we just start fucking arguing and yelling at each other and everything. One of the guitarists, because there were multiple, just at the start of that, just unplugged his guitar and walked over to the bar and started drinking while we were all arguing.
Dude,
it was so fucking funny, honestly.
The music was probably shit, but I absolutely adore the performance aspect of all of this.
It was just meant to be fucking stupid performance art. It absolutely was.
Yeah, I love that.
So here's the best part, like, of it. The biggest show we did was like my friend who had like an actual band. His actual band's like he you know like how like sometimes in order to get on a show to be an opening band for like a touring band you have to like sell tickets or whatever.
Right. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I've been there.
I figured you would be familiar with that.
Yes.
It was one of those shows, okay? And his band, like, their drummer couldn't make it, and it was like one of their bigger shows. So he was like, you know what? Fuck it. Joke Band is playing tonight. And before the show, he was like selling tickets to people standing in line and everything. But it's like because it was like an actual like, you know, touring like thing sort of thing, we had to show up for sound check. So we show up, be like, oh yeah, we're actual band name. And the guy like looks at us and was like, all 15 of you? And so we do the sound check and everything. And then eventually, like, we opened the show. And first of all, 2 people on stage, their guitars weren't even plugged in. All right. And second of all, we start playing and everything, and we do the pro wrestling thing on stage as well, okay? This is like an actual venue that like classic punk bands have played at and everything. Like a band, like I'm deliberately avoiding details here, but it's like a band my stepdad listened to played at this venue, okay?
Oh fuck.
Yeah. And so we did that and everything, and then like we immediately as soon as we were done, we got off the stage because nobody in that crowd fucking liked us, okay?
Nope.
The one thing I will say for that show, We were opening for Fintroll.
Who?
So I could say that like in my life I have opened for the metal band Fintroll.
Who the fuck is Fintroll?
Fintroll is a Finnish metal band. They're known enough that like there's a joke about them in the first Metalocalypse episode.
Oh my god, I love that.
Yeah, so that is like the peak of me being in a band, is we opened for Fintroll. But otherwise we were just like fucking around constantly. And it was like the way I like artistically expressed myself like after college, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, because I was still like living with my parents and everything, and it's just like, you know what, we're just gonna do this. And it was an excuse to like go places on the weekend and stuff like that.
Right, yeah.
I made a DVD. I learned how to make and author DVDs so that our band would have a DVD, and it has commentary. And and we recorded commentary on it and everything. But yeah, that is partially why I wanted to ask you about this, and that's what I mean by like I know about like what it's like to be an independent, like the independent musician life, because you do all this stuff for no people, and sometimes you suck, but you do it for the love of the art.
Yeah, you do it because it's a fucking ride.
It was a fucking ride, honestly. Oh my god.
No.
I would argue, though, your story about driving 3 hours and recording this like is much better. But this is not a pissing contest for having.
No, of course not. No, it's funny that you bring up being in a scene with dime a dozen hardcore bands taking themselves too seriously, because that was a huge part of the experience for me. Was that, again, like we did melodic death metal. And like we were very we did a lot of heavy shit, but we were also very focused on like, how do we put pretty shit in here too?
Hold on, just a quick aside here. During this period of time, Remy, did you wear camo shorts?
No, I did the camo shorts before this band.
Okay.
Well, actually, no, I did do. No, it was during this band. I was in a second project.
I thought so. I fucking thought so. Because guess what? Me too.
Yep, I did.
2008 in a hardcore adjacent band, you wore fucking camo shorts. Like that was it at the time.
I did a show at Bike Week in camo cargo shorts and a Cleveland baseball jersey. I was Fred Durst.
I can perfectly envision it. I can
circa 2010. Straight up. Straight up. Damn, you actually called me the fuck out.
Yeah, I'm calling myself out too, okay? All right?
We're shooting.
We're shooting here. It's like, for me and all my friends, it was camo shorts and wrestling or video game t-shirt, okay?
Yup, right? Straight up.
Or if it was in the fall, zip-up hoodie over it.
Oh, yeah. That was me in high school, was the camo shorts with fucking Vans and a zip-up hoodie. Yep.
And it's like you drive to the venue. What do you listen? And we're listening to Gigi Allen the entire time. We're driving to the venue, you know, shit like that.
For us, it was Bullet for My Valentine. It was Bullet for My Valentine. Unearth and Trivium. That's what we were rocking on the way to shows.
Secretly, Remy, this is why I wanted you on the show, because I knew that like this sort of shit was gonna be the best part. Honestly.
Yeah,
I knew it. I lured you in with wrestling, but then sprung the trap of music and shitty hardcore music.
I'm flattered. Now, to be fair, I fucking love hardcore. I really do.
No, but I have a space in my heart for hardcore. Okay,
I'm just
fucking good.
I'm just extremely picky about it, because, and especially at the time, you know, like 2009, 2010, like Warped Tour was as hot as it's ever been. And I'm not even saying that as a joke or a slight, like that's just what the scene was. You had a lot of people, like a lot of young kids that were like, this is the music we need to make. This is the train that everyone's hopping on. And like everyone in the scene around us, like locally, regionally, they were just really catty. Like they were just really mean and like didn't fuck with anybody. And like we were always like, our ideology was always like, we're all doing this together. Like we all do these shows because we're all trying to make art and connect with people. Like that's what we're doing it for. And everyone else was just trying to be the next Warped Tour headliner. And we're just incredibly shitty to each other. And it really shone a light on that when we would play with bands that, I mean, and this isn't me like pushing up my glasses and cracking open a PBR. This is me genuinely saying that if you don't go deep into metal music, you're probably not going to know a lot of the bands I'm about to rattle off. But bands like fucking Motor Grader, Swashbuckle, Fear Factory, a lot of bands that like in that scene were fucking huge. They were always the nicest fucking people. Like, I'll never forget, there was this band that we played with called Ecotrin. they were out of I think Tallahassee, Florida, if I remember right, and they were doing like an East Coast Midwest tour. And I remember going into that night, we had actually gotten a call from our home venue, because we had a home venue. We were very close by to it, and we were on their speed dial because when we were on the bill, we sold it out. It was wall to fucking wall every time we played it.
Honestly,
it was awesome. It was so fun. Like, we had such like a diehard fan base in that little area, and like it was, every show was the biggest show ever. It was fucking great. And so we got the call that night. We were like, hey, they hit us up. It was like, hey, someone dropped off the bill. We need a band to play on. And we were like looking at the calendar, like, weren't we just there Tuesday? It's like, yeah. Isn't it Saturday? Yeah. We gonna go do this show? Yeah. All right, let's go.
Fucking demand, you know?
It's like, let's go do this fucking show. And so we did. Like, we announced it last minute, like telling everybody, like, hey, we're gonna be at our home venue tonight.
You sent out the MySpace bulletin, yeah.
Yep, MySpace and Facebook. We were like, hey, everybody, this is where we're gonna be tonight. And people pulled the fuck up because they always did.
Yep.
And we get there, and it was a lot of bands that we had run into before. And like, we would always try to be cordial, like conversational, like we'd see guys that we recognize, and like we would just get scoffed at, and then we would just move the fuck on. And with Ecotrin, we were going on right before them. And the interesting point number one was that normally when we played our home venue, if we were not headlining, people, like half of the venue would clear out after we played. And
what a fucking brag. What a fucking brag.
And well, no, it's not even to brag. It's to make the point that the headliners would get so pissed off at us. They would get so mad. And
but then, like, would it also mean, like, if you were headlining, the opening bands were like, nobody showed up until halfway through the show?
No, like, people would still show up because, like, we would encourage people, like, hey, you need to support these other bands and shit. Like, we're here for bands. Everybody.
Folks,
yeah,
like, you got it, like, show up for the opening bands, okay?
Yeah,
like,
support
honestly.
the scene, dude.
Exactly.
Like, this
is
how you get more great new music. You support the scene. That's how you do it.
There's a very real chance you might find your new favorite band by going to a show and watching an opener. That has happened to me 3 fucking times, okay?
Absolutely. It's how I discovered the Bronx, and the Bronx fucking rules. But so there would be times where we would go on after the headliners, and the headliners would be sitting there shrugging like, what the fuck do you mean this pissant band's going on after us? They'd be like, no, you don't understand. Everyone will leave if they go on before you. If you want a crowd, you're going to let them play after you, because you won't have a crowd if you don't. Like, that's just how it was. And excuse me, fuck. So we've got this band Ecotrin that's headlining, and they were set to go on stage after us. And it seemed like they had a big enough following that it didn't really affect them. But the point number 2 of like why that night was so memorable is, as soon as we were done playing, the guys from Ecotrin, not the roadies, but like the instrumentalists and the vocalists, were all they were on side stage waiting for us to get done so they could help us get shit into our van. Not just off stage, but they were actively like, hey, let's get your shit loaded up while we got a minute. And we were like, fuck, okay, like, people don't normally do this.
That's cool as hell.
Like, it was really cool. It was like, damn, like, these guys are really chill. And then they went on and played one of the most memorable sets I had ever seen. Like, these guys were incredible. And we, when they were done, we extended the same courtesy to them. We were like, hey, let's hop up. Like, let's get your shit. Let's get the stuff offloaded. Like, let's have a drink or something. Like, let's get through this, have a beer, and like chop it up. And the entire time that we were talking to them, like, the lead singer was giving me so much advice on, how to improve my vocals, how to navigate being independent, how the industry works and what he's seen, and just sharing his wealth of knowledge. And I was like, this is the coolest fucking shit. You're not going to learn this. Like the shit that you're telling me, I'm not going to learn this in a textbook. I'm not going to learn this in a classroom. This is something that I would have to talk to someone like you who's in the thick of the weeds of this shit to learn it. And there's a lot of stuff that he taught me that I still apply now to how I record, how I present myself, all of it. And it really did show a light on just how shitty the hardcore scene was where we were, because everyone was just so fucking mean to each other. But then it further illuminated just how brilliant that moment was to share with that band. So, and I don't think Ecotrin's
so fucking cool, honestly.
I don't think Ecotrin's made an album in 10 years. I still listen to them.
Yeah, that's so fucking cool. And it's not to be reductive, but it's why would you be fucking mean to another band when it's both of you have the exact same number following? Your following is the same for each of them. It's don't fucking stomp other people down to try and gain ground, but it's you're moving half a step upwards in that case. And then you have no one to support you to go up as well. What the fuck?
Well, and that's the thing is they all saw it as oh, well, we don't want to share the spotlight with anybody. And what they didn't realize is, motherfucker, we don't have a spotlight.
Exactly.
None of us have that.
Exactly.
There is no spotlight.
Y'all big doing shows for $0. What the you do not have the time to be a fucking prima donna.
Exactly. But that's how they were. And
Jesus fucking Christ, really?
But when you're in that situation, you can do one of two things. You can either stoop to their level and you can be a dick and try to treat it as well, I have to snuff out your flame so mine shines brighter. Or you can recognize it as we're all trying to make it together. Why wouldn't we see the strength in those numbers and try to fucking, mobilize our audiences and get people excited about what we're doing? And so we just kept our fucking heads down and kept doing what we were doing. We were like, you know what? If none of these bands fuck with us, it has to be because we're doing that much better and they're mad about it. Straight up. That was the only way we could rationalize it, is they're pissed because we're that much better. And we're not going to apologize for that. And we didn't. We kept doing what we did until the wheels fell off. But I very much in my older age have realized that I am going to steal a quote. By extension from Bubba Ray Dudley, from Paul Heyman, from the Hall of Fame speech. That band was never meant to last. It was meant to go out in a blaze of glory, and that's exactly what we did.
Yeah. And that sort of camaraderie kind of was what happened with the band that I was in.
Right.
Because it was there were times where it was just we would show up and be fuck, we don't have a drummer. We would go up to the drummer of another band and be so we're performing this joke thing and we don't have drums. Do you after we're going on after you, can you just leave your drum set up and you can play with us? And they were yeah, no, that's fucking cool. Let's do it. I'm all right, cool. Here's a fucking jacket and a lucha mask for you. With it. And it would be it would be fun, and you would know who's the real ones are, because obviously there were bands that are just oh, these guys are they're disrespecting hardcore, disrespecting the scene, they're by just going out and doing this bullshit. And it's motherfucker, we're just here to have a good time, we're not headlining. I mean, we did once headline actually, but it was okay, do you know those fucking Sunday afternoon shows that start at noon and go until 8 o'clock at night, and there's 12 or 13 bands on the bill?
Yes.
And it's and it's nobody stays for the entire day, but it's there's always at least a rotating crowd of 10 people or whatever at the venue. those I kind of miss those Sundays, honestly. But
listen, I was the motherfucker that stayed for every single band.
Oh yeah,
I was the motherfucker that was there all day.
That does not surprise me that you were. That does not surprise me, honestly. Um, and then it's like, okay, you pack your stuff. And it's like, we're going to Denny's, or we're going to the diner or something like afterwards.
What the fuck is up, Denny's?
Okay, listen.
I'm listening.
Okay. You know if you had the hypothetical question of, if you had the time machine, what show would you go and see from the past? Okay. And
oh man.
top 2 for me are the Denny's Grand Slam.
Yes.
And Hannah Tarash doing the bulldozer show where he destroyed a venue in Japan. And I would feel like, oh, I'll go to the 70s. I'll see like Van Halen at their peak or something like that. No, I want to go to a dive bar in Japan to watch a guy drive a front loader through the back of the venue.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry. That's the shit I care about, not like fucking stadium shows, you know? I think like
no, fuck that.
The biggest show I ever went to was like when I was in Detroit. I went to like a Godsmack show, and it was at, like, it was not like a stadium, but it was like one of those like bigger venues that have like upper. It was big enough. I had to get my ticket through Ticketmaster. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
But I saw Godsmack, and like that was a cool show, but it was like, man, like this crowd is like fucking huge, like here, and it's like I'm on a balcony here, and like my roommate at the time was like, he was thinking about it, and he was like, I could stage dive off of this. I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna tell you no, but I just want you to check the people down there and make sure they could catch you. He did not go for it, but he thought long and hard about it. He fucking thought long and hard about it. But like, I feel like this is like, I much prefer like fucking dive bar shows, like more than anything. Like I like going where it's just like, where it's a place where you pretty much have to pay cash or else you're not getting in. You know,
sure.
You know, it's like sometimes you go in there and it's like, okay, you have to buy at least one drink or something like that. Where it's like the merch table is like a card table run by like the lead singer or the lead singer and his girlfriend, and there's like, and it's like, this t-shirt is $5 because we pressed it in our kitchen, sort of thing, you know?
Right.
I remember at one of those like Sunday like marathon shows, a band like played like their last show and they were just selling off all their merch. I got one of their shirts, which was like basically like, you know, the Rampage World Tour logo for that video game?
Yes.
They just did that, but they changed the name to on that being held up for Rampage to their name. They sold me that shirt for $5. I wore it till it fell apart.
I love that so much.
Like I cut off the sleeves eventually, and then like eventually the lettering started ripping apart on it, and I'd eventually get rid of it. But I wore that shirt for years and years and years, and I didn't even care about that band. I just love that shirt, and I just like, and I just love that shit. The smaller a venue is, the more I want to go to it.
Hell yeah. I have a good range for that. Like I love going to like the super small intimate shows, but I range upwards towards like big hardcore shows. Like I'm actually fortunate enough that I will be seeing what is the lineup? So Knocked Loose is the headliner, which by the way, I just want everybody to know that Knocked Loose is going to drop Metal Album of the Year this year, and it's not even going to be fucking close. Go listen.
That's a called shot. That's a Remy Demon called shot there.
I'm telling you right now.
Clip it and ship it.
Go to wherever you listen to music and listen to Knocked Loose's Blinding Faith and Don't Reach for Me. Okay? I'm telling you right now, just gauging off of those two songs alone, in the month of May, Knocked Loose is going to drop Metal Album of the Year, and it's not even going to be up for fucking discussion. These guys have done so much to perfect their sound and their structure. It's fucking unreal what they're doing. I absolutely am in love with it. So they're headlining the show. And my favorite band of all time is going to be one of the openers, which is Loathe. I absolutely adore these guys. I Let It In and It Took Everything is like it's not my number one album to listen to, but it's like the number one album with the most meaning to me. Like I listen to that album when I need to listen to it. You know what I mean? Like when I'm like,
I do know exactly what you mean, actually.
Yeah. Like it's not to the extreme of like in case of emergency break the glass and pull this album out, but like it's about at that midway point. And then
where you're just like, I need to fucking. It's like, you know what? I'm in the mood. I need to listen to this album. Where is it?
It's like I just want to feel. I want to feel right now.
Yep, I've had that happen with albums and video games. So
yeah. And then the second opener is a band called Show Me the Body, which I have recently discovered. They have a smaller following, but like they're really honestly. Good. Yeah, no, that's a fucking amazing name. There's something to be said about a good name. Fit for an Autopsy is the best band name, and I won't be told otherwise. That name fucking rules.
That is really good. That is really good, honestly.
But yeah, I'm gonna be.
Side note, did you keep a document of like really good band names you come up with to maybe use later?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
We need to go through that list later. Keep telling your story.
But yeah, I'm gonna be seeing them at Stage AE in Pittsburgh.
Nick's the Bat. Thank you for following.
Nix, hello, darling. Hey,
yeah, sorry to interrupt you. I knew you wouldn't mind me interrupting you for that.
No, not at all, because speaking of Nix, tonight's episode of Wave Station Wrestling is Bat Squad versus the World. Nix is fucking headlining the show, and all of her fucking friends and community members are also going to be in the show. Going to be fighting Foe. I see Foe in there. Foe's going to be beating up the Bat Squad. Let's fucking go. It's going to be great.
8 p.m. Eastern, Remy's channel.
It's going to be great. I'm really excited. But yeah, I'm gonna see them at Stage AE, and it looks like a mid-sized venue. Like it has like an upper standing room area and a pit. I don't know how I'm gonna act at this show, because like I always tell myself like, oh, I'm probably not gonna pit. Like I'm just like, I'm in my 30s now.
No. You're not going into fucking mosh retirement. Come on.
No, but that's the thing is I always say I'm not going to do it. And then like a specific song comes on or like something happens or there's a call out.
Exactly.
Where it's like, to fucking side. I'm like, fuck, I got to get in there, man.
The vocals kick in and then you fucking kick in. All right.
Like, I have had
this happen to me multiple fucking times. All right.
I'm telling
you.
Don't
lie to me. Don't lie to God. Don't lie to Nick Gage. All right.
I'm telling you right now, if they play Mistakes Like Fractures, if Knocked Loose plays Mistakes Like Fractures, I'm going to get my teeth knocked out in that pit, and I'm going to say thank you.
Exactly, and people will help you pick them up.
Exactly. Yeah. No, dead ass. Pits, depending on the artist, because like if you're a Manson fan, fuck you if you're in those mosh pits, because I know what you do. You're a piece of shit. But like most shows, pits are actually one of the safest places you can be. I remember I was in a mosh pit for a Sum 41 show, and I got fucking rocked by this absolutely jacked dude, and my glasses went flying off of my face as I hit the ground. This dude ran over, jumped over me and my glasses, and started windmilling over me to keep people away until I could pick my glasses up. And then hoisted me back up. And I was like, dude, you're the shit.
He cleared the air. He did the thing like in Brawlers where you press both attack buttons to clear out people. And then he helped you up.
And then I bought him a beer after that song. I was like, dude, that was fucking awesome.
That is a dude's rock moment. Absolutely.
That was that's why I go to punk and metal shows. That's why I do that, because the people are fucking awesome.
Yo, yeah. Like honestly, like every time I've been in a pit where there's like been like that asshole who actually wants to fucking hurt people, they usually get expelled immediately. Like, people sniff them out immediately and fucking get rid of them.
Yep. Now, my, a close friend of mine and I, when we were fresh out of high school, we were those people. Like, we went to Warped Tour 2009 together, and we did fucking damage because it was specifically when we were watching A Day to Remember, which, mind you, this is A Day to Remember in 2009. They're not that fucking big yet. I had no clue who they were. I was just like, oh, well, like, I've heard a couple people mention this band. We should go check them out. And so we did, and they opened up with Downfall of Us All, and I just, like, they start doing the...
You were overtaken. You were overtaken by it. Yeah.
Yeah, like, because, like, everyone started doing it, and I was like, oh, this is about to fucking pop off. And it did. But about halfway through this show, this fucking 6 foot something asshole in yellow skinny jeans starts like
fucking yellow
yellow starts like spin kicking around the outside of the pit. And my dude leans over to me and goes, the first time he kicks someone in the face, we jump in. And I was like, okay. And we saw him kick this girl in the face and like she got knocked backwards. The second we saw that shit, I've never jumped a motherfucker so fast in my life. Like we fucking bodied this bitch.
Yeah.
He went fucking running for the hills. Like, cause like it was 3 people. It was me, my dude, and the girl's boyfriend, all just fucking rocking this dude.
Hell yes. Holy
and he
shit.
fucking scurried off. Everyone went nuts, and we were like, all right, now we're gonna do a dance fit and just fucking start flailing and shit. It was 18-year-old me felt very powerful that day.
Yes, you should have. Question for the chat from Van Guardian. Remy, would you pit for Delta Sleep? Someone started one when I first saw them.
Yes, abso-fucking-lutely, I would pit for Delta Sleep. It would be the most confusing mosh pit on planet Earth, but I would do it.
So this is actually here's a question. What is the wildest pit you've ever been a part of? Because I know mine. Because mine was when I saw Anamanaguchi in Orlando. Believe it or not.
Fuck! I know that was bananas.
It was like absolutely the most I have ever been knocked around, like ever, and it was for fucking Anamanaguchi. And it was really funny because there was like the front row of people recording the show on their phones, and they kind of were turning around and be like to people like behind them, and it's like, fuck you, man. You're at a bar in Orlando. You're seeing Anamanaguchi. Like, of course it's gonna get violent, you know?
Anamanaguchi's music is fucking rowdy. Like, how do you not?
Honestly, it's Anamanaguchi. The second place goes to the Proto Man, actually. For violent pits.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, so what about you? Do you have one? Tell me you have a violent pit story.
I have 2 answers for this.
Oh, hell yes.
Wasn't necessarily the most the first one wasn't necessarily the most violent, but it was certainly the most fun. It was a show that I was playing. It was a holiday show where they were going to have wrestling matches after the bands played. So they just put a wrestling ring on the fucking pit floor. Like, it covered the whole floor. And so while the bands were playing, all of us were pitting in a fucking wrestling ring.
Are you fucking kidding?
Like fucking running the ropes.
How is this not the highlight of your fucking existence? Like,
dude, it was so fun until my manager got so pissed. Like, the guy that managed our band, he was like, dude, you trying to break your fucking hand before the show starts? I was like, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you.
Vixie, get out of here. What's up?
No. Here, don't bother getting my TV up. I just wanted to give a little gift to everybody. Hold up real quick.
Thank you, Vixie.
Thank you, Vixie.
Okay, that's all.
All right.
Have a nice day.
Bye.
God damn it. So we were running the ropes and pitting in a fucking wrestling ring. And it was the raddest shit. It was so much fun. I did also find that was the day that I learned that wrestling ring do a hurty. That shit don't tickle. It hurts to fall on.
Yep.
Like, that shit sucks. I have a deep respect for the people that do it 300 days a year. So
yep.
So that was
it's
number
not
one.
A trampoline as most people think.
No.
Oh my god.
No, it is not. It's only springy because there's nothing under the fucking 2x4s to stiffen them anymore.
Yep.
So the second one.
Oh, real quick with Johnny, I missed running ropes and taking bumps. Johnny Cloverleaf is someone who also has had wrestling training.
Oh, fuck yeah. I love that.
Also, Lo saying, I love how Vixie's turning into, like, the stream's official cryptid for stream she's not scheduled for. Which, by the way, it turns out that I got the group version of Vixie, the group thing for Fugi and not the individual one, so she appeared in the TV with you briefly.
It works out. Like, she just, like, peeks her head in, like, hey, sup, and leaves.
Yep. All right, so the second pit. Go for it.
The second one is pit adjacent. It was my first experience crowd surfing.
Oh, shit. Okay. All right. Let's go.
So it's Warped Tour 2010. And I had very recently gotten into a beloved deathcore band by the name of Suicide Silence. Still rock their shit to this day. R.I.P. Mitch, love you, bud. Fucking like just absolute, like they revolutionized the scene. Like in a sea of just mid to aggressively shit, Suicide Silence elevated that entire scene. And so when I saw they were on the bill, I was like, fuck yeah, I'm going. It was midday. It was 100 degrees outside. Just all on pavement. I had barely eaten that day because I was broke. I didn't have any water because I was broke. And I didn't have any weed because I was broke. And there is a guy standing next to me during the show, which, mind you, like watching these motherfuckers, like these dudes, it was like watching moving gargoyles. Like these dudes were terrifying. Like it was rad as fuck. Like think if there was like 3 Nathan Explosions of varying size as the bassist, the guitar, one of the guitarists, and the drummer.
Various heights and widths.
And then you have Mitch, who was like a 6'7" cryptid, basically.
Hell yeah.
And then you had Toki on bass, or as one of the guitarists. Like that's what we're looking at. They're all fucking huge. And it felt like a larger than life thing. And I was like, God damn, this is so fucking cool. Like everybody's so into this. Like there's like 3 pits opened up like around the general area. Like it was like a sprawling crowd.
Holy shit.
There's this dude standing next to me that pulls out a pack of Marlboros, and it's just filled with joints.
Oh my God.
He pulls one out, and I tap him on the shoulder. I was like, hey, bud, I got 4 cigarettes left. Let me get one good rip and they're yours. And he was like, he lit it up, handed it to me. He's like, keep your cigarettes and take what you need. And I was like, fuck yeah, dude.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So I get fucking rollicked. And then they're doing their closing song, which for the longest time they always did as the same closer, which was, oh God, what was the name of the song? No Pity for a Coward. That was the name of the song. I was a closer for many years. And Mitch was like, I want to see as many motherfuckers crowd surfing so I can high five all you beautiful motherfuckers for being here and being awesome. And I'm like stoned to shit going,
fuck
that
yes.
sounds like a great idea.
Fuck yes.
And so I tapped the 2 people in front of me's shoulders. I was like, and I just point up. If you want to go crowd surfing at a show, all you have to do is tap someone's shoulder and point upwards, and they'll know what to do. And I get fucking launched up, and I kind of get thrown a little bit as I move forward and progress a bit. And like, I kind of like tumbled off of someone and like fell on my side a little bit. And the people in front of me are like, hey, are you good? I was like, yeah, man, fucking put me back up there. Yes, and so they did. They tossed me back up. I start making my way closer to the riot cage. And then some fucking asshole, which by the way, if I ever find you, I will stomp your face flat. This dude grabbed me by my ankles and threw them as hard as they could.
Oh no.
And I landed directly on top of my head on concrete.
Oh no, girl.
And I blacked out for a couple of seconds. I like shook it off.
Oh fuck.
And I'm like on all fours, like, oh God, what the fuck just happened? And the people in front of me are like, hey dude, are you good? And I'm just sitting there like,
you were not. Oh
I was like,
fucking God.
I touched the top of my head. I looked at my hand. There was no blood. And I was like, oh, I made it this far. Put me back up.
Are you fucking kidding me?
So they throw me back up. I get to the riot cage and security pulls me down. And I am like off to the right of center from the stage. And I see Mitch and he extends his hand out. And I look at that and everything starts going in slow motion. I'm like, this is my moment.
Oh my God.
And I start running towards him and I get fucking Goldberg speared by security.
Oh my god!
think like the episode of NXT where Braun Breaker speared someone through a part of the staging and they just disappear. That's what happened to me.
That's so good. I'm sorry. That's so good.
Dude grabs me by my shirt collar and just fucking drags me away from the stage.
So you didn't get your high five.
I didn't, and I'm just sitting there like on the outside of the riot cage, and I'm like it takes a few seconds because like I'm sitting there,
girl.
I was trying to sit there and register like what the fuck just happened over the last 2 minutes. Like what happened? Now I will say, like, as a fan of the band, one of the cool parts of that was like the third time I got thrown upwards and thought I was gonna pass the fuck out. That's when it got to the breakdown.
Oh,
and I just look.
Oh shit!
I look over this sea of people, just looking like a pit of demons, just swarming each other. I was like, "This is fucking awesome."
You were seeing an audio waveform in real life in a crowd of people.
Literally, like it was one of, still to this day, one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
That sounds so sick, honestly. Oh my god.
So I get to the end of that whole moment, and then I heard that Suicide Silence was having an autograph signing.
Oh my god.
Later on.
Oh my god.
In the day. And I was like, well, I have to go, right? Like I don't have anything to autograph, but like I'll find something.
Yeah,
and
you're
I found
wearing
like
a shirt, so
I'm wearing a shirt, people are passing out programs, I'll find something. And so I got one of the Warped Tour programs and I'm standing in line and I thought I was going to die of heat exhaustion. It was so fucking hot and humid that day and I was running on fumes. But I finally got up to the table and I was chopping it up with like the guitar player and the bassist, which forgive me, I do not recall their names at this time. But they were like, it's people always find it funny that metalheads are nice people cosplaying as mean people, and hippies are mean people cosplaying as nice people.
Yeah, that tracks. Honestly, that's my experience. Honestly,
which I can't take credit for. I ripped that off of a TikTok. Sue me, but
it's still true. It's still true.
It's still absolutely true. But I was chopping it up with these guys, and they were being really chill. I was just telling them like, "Yo, dude, like I love what you guys are doing. Like you're like revolutionizing music right now. I fucking love it." And they were like really humble about it. And like we were talking about like the shows for the day. Like they were excited to catch other bands and shit. And then I got to Mitch, and Mitch was like, "Hey, were you the kid that got tackled by security at the end of the set?" I was like, "Yup, that was me." He was like, "Dude, that was fucking rad."
Yes.
And so I did eventually get my high five.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
Bless and rest Mitch Lucker's soul. He was like, I think of all of the musicians I've gotten to meet, he was one of the nicest fucking people, had one of the most he was just a vibrant soul. And you could tell that like he really loved what he was doing and he loved, you know, enjoying the roses he was being given. Like he loved being with fans. Like he loved being around people. And like it was such a surreal day. That was also the day that I found out that at the time I didn't hate Bring Me the Horizon as much as I thought I did. Because pre-Sempiternal, I fucking hated them. Like all of the scene girls I went to high school with loved them. And like their early stuff, I just didn't get. Like the fucking UK speedcore shit. I was just like, dude, this sucks. I don't like this. And I missed the boat on Suicide Season. Like I missed the boat on that album because I was like, well, I fucking hate this band because like everyone says they're great and everything I've heard sucks. So like fuck them. But the girls that I were with for Warped Tour 2010 was like, Bring Me the Horizons headlining. We're seeing them in the end of the day. And I was like, all right, fine, fuck it. So I'm dog shit exhausted. And I was like, I'm just going to sit at the very back. I'm going to lean up on a fence and I'm just going to relax and wait for my friends to come back. And then I watched them play. And God fucking damn,
here it comes.
God fucking damn, if Bring Me the Horizon isn't one of the best performance groups I've ever seen in my life. Their shows, and I would imagine that it's carried over with the amount of success that they've had. They put on one of the greatest shows I've ever seen in my entire life. The Wall of Death for Chelsea's Smile. It was, girl, the Wall of Death for Chelsea's Smile and the opening for Diamonds Aren't Forever. Oh my fucking God, that crowd came unglued. I was like, these people are fucking insane. This is awesome.
This is genuinely some of the best stories I've ever heard on my show.
Thank you.
These are so good. Oh my God. Oh, Remy, one of these years, sometime soon, we got to go to a show.
Girl.
Yeah,
please.
I'm not ready to go into Mosh retirement either, and I'm older than you, so I'm not done yet. And
we gotta pit it up. We gotta pit it up.
We die together in the pit.
Damn straight.
Holy fuck. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. We covered a lot here.
We have
that. We haven't even talked about modern wrestling or anything.
Nope.
I made a note here that you said. I wrote down Paul Heyman, artist ? Which I know what you mean by that, but also, what did she mean by this? What did you call it? Because it feels weird to call Paul Heyman an artist, but also it doesn't at the same time.
Paul Heyman, it encompasses his personality and his body of work encompasses all of the things I love most. It genuinely, it does. And I know I've referenced his Hall of Fame speech a couple of times, and that's because I'm still reeling over it. I was in a hostel with three friends crying, looking at my phone, watching him make this speech. And I was just they were like, oh, Remy's like, shut up. I'm not here. Shut up.
I'm not a real person right now. Leave me alone.
But when he said, I brought hip hop and heavy metal into wrestling, I was like, that is why I love this man. And the reason I refer to him as the artist that has inspired me the most is because that's exactly what he is. He developed characters and stories that were engaging, that were exciting, and he did it in a presentation that was 100% punk rock. It was all about fuck the system, we do things our way, fuck your advertisers, fuck these kids, I don't care who's fucking watching, I don't care who gets offended. This is what we're doing, and we're gonna do it for the people that love it. And that's what he did, and that's what he's always done, even in WWE. Even in that format where he was shackled by so many different restrictions, he still found a way to make those shows his, to make those characters uniquely his. And the way he presents himself, the way he carries himself, the way he writes, the way he speaks, it mobilizes people. It forces people to listen. It's one of the reasons why you had guys in ECW, in the early days of ECW, that were going 3, 4, 5, 6 fucking months without getting paid, and they would still show up because he would bring all of these people together, and he would talk about how important this body of work that they all put together was. It was about the family, it was about the people, it was about making art. And they all bought in. They all were like, yeah, you know what? I know this piece of shit hasn't paid me in 3 months, but I'm going to go out there and I'm going to get thrown through flaming tables and get rollicked in my fucking skull with steel chairs. And I'm going to love every second of it. It takes an artist to get people to do that.
And even for someone like me, it takes someone like that. But because I absolutely was waking up at 2:00 in the morning on Saturday nights to, tape episodes of ECW,
Right.
And it was something special. It was something special. And it's something of its time as well. Because it was,
right.
Because it was you said it before. It was it was meant to die in a blaze of glory. Like,
Right.
that's just how it was. It was unsustainable. It was necessary, but he said it was unsustainable. Like, honestly,
Right.
to become something fiscally successful on the level of WWE, it would have to become something it's not, which is
Exactly.
what the WWE ECW eventually became. Like, they tried to sort of do it a little bit, like, at the start, but at the end, it's just like, no, this is a WWE product, and it's the only way it's going to succeed as one.
It was house shows on sci-fi TV. That's what WWE CW was.
And honestly, like, I'm going to tie this back to streaming now, because it's like, because if you, like, let me tell you this right now, okay? The way that I do my streams right now, there's no way I would ever be able to do this as a job. Like, even if I wanted to, the way that I do streams and the way that I do it would not work. I would not make enough money off of it. And that is, like you said before, it is no one's fault of anyone who does support me, okay? It's like, and it's like, if I had affiliate, if I had subscriptions, I know people would support me. If I had a Ko-Fi, I know people would support me for it.
Right.
It's not about that, though. It's like, it would not be, I would fall and I would drown in that gulf the same way you did.
Right.
Like, you know? And it's like, and you captured it too. You were just like, what's popular? Let's play Dead by Daylight.
Yep.
You know, and you didn't even like it. You would have to do things that you don't like. You would have to, like, I remember there was a period of time where you were keeping up with TikTok, and girl, I saw you. You were miserable. You were fucking
goddamn right.
Okay, you were trying to play it off like, oh, I gotta do this full time and everything, and I'm sitting on the sideline like, girl, you are intentionally taking brain poison and not the good kind. All right.
Mm-hmm.
You are ruining it, and that's yeah. When are you going to get out the flaming tables? Later. Okay, that is my official stance on that. Later. Don't worry about it. Okay, but it's like, this is what I mean when I say you got to make art for 20 or 30 freaks, because that's how it gets to be art. But when you have to make something that has mass appeal, you know, it's going to change. It absolutely would change. I don't think that, like, my fucking like hastily drawn fat girl would be nearly successful enough to be able to make a career out of it. All right, and
you would be surprised.
That's just me being real. And I probably would be surprised, but it's like, the short format would change. I would have to stream more than once a week. I probably wouldn't have to be able to do streams like this one. I wouldn't be able to do some of the fucking high concept streams I do. Wouldn't work, you know?
Right.
Or it's like, I could do those things, but then I would have to do a bunch of other like bread and butter sort of streams to be able to be successful, you know? I fucking queue up me like playing up, I don't know, what's something that came out recently? Just playing that for a week to get hits, you know?
Right. Well, and like, even when I was doing stuff that I wanted to do, like, since we've circled back to this point, even when I was doing stuff that I wanted to do, it was fucking exhausting. I'm like, fuck, I have all of these big ideas for things that I want to do. Like, I wanted to get like super meta with like VR streams and shit. Like, I wanted to go like hog wild on VR streams and like getting more involved with like where I'm doing Wave Station Wrestling like once a week. Like, I wanted to go nuts. Like, I had so much shit. That I wanted to do, and I was like, fuck, I don't have the energy to do any of this.
And you know what? It's because you're only one person. That's the thing. Most like huge time successful streamers, they have an entire team working with them.
Right.
You know, like this is something I've talked about plenty of times before, and I will say it again because I want to make this point. When you're streaming, you are there. Do you know how television works? If you have on-air talent and you have the people behind the camera, all right? You have producers, you have camera operators, you have people doing the graphics, you have people like do it, you have writers and everything, okay? When you're on television, you're an on-air talent and nothing else. Here, you have to do everything. That is why stream scuff is such a big fucking thing, because I'm trying to juggle 3 fucking jobs at once doing this.
Right, you're the performer, the director, and the producer. Like, you're doing all of those things. And then on top of that, half of like when you're trying to like elevate yourself to a point where it's sustainable, you don't sleep. Like, you don't. Like, it is a constant fucking slog. Like, and I have very close friends that do this, that are fortunate enough to actually do this as a sustainable living. And I have I have a couple of friends that have found ways to make it sustainable and enjoyable and still have social lives.
And
I don't
bless
know
them for
how the
doing it.
fuck they manage.
Yeah. So sometimes people can do it. It's really difficult, but they can, and bless them, honestly. Sorry, I talked over you.
No. You're good. You're good. But yeah, like it's just, it's one of those things that you have to really want, but you have to know two things. At some point, you are going to have to cater to an audience. Like you do, like on Twitch, you have to pick one. Like it is what it is. You have to, you will have to find a niche and stick with it. It is so seldom that, like, you know, I put in air quotes, but not in air quotes, that variety streamers are able to gain as much traction as someone who has a niche and something that they do consistently. The other thing, though, is like you have to factor in, and this is with any art, like any art form that you're trying to make a sustainable career, you have to understand that half of everything is luck. You can bust your fucking ass and take all of the feedback and tips in the universe. You can read all the books on how to do it right. You can take all of these things and still not get to this success that's measured in dollars and cents.
You can do everything right and still fail.
Yep.
That is something that's happened to me. Like that's why I bring up animation. That's what happened to me. I did everything I was supposed to. I moved to a city that had studios in it. I redid my portfolio multiple times. I learned new software. I learned how to rig. I learned how to draw. I learned how to do all of this. I learned Toon Boom and all that shit, and it didn't work out. You can try your best, and it just might not work out. And that is fucking harsh, honestly.
Which, for people that were born in the late 80s and early 90s, that's a hard fucking pill to swallow, because we got told our entire lives that all you have to do is do your best and you'll succeed. And boy, fuck, if that wasn't the biggest lie we were ever told.
The game was rigged from the fucking start.
The game was rigged from the start. It's a blessing and a curse that art as a whole is so oversaturated.
It is.
Like there is, like even down to like what we're talking about in Twitch, there are a fucking 1,000,000,001 streamers all doing similar shit. And with half of everything being luck, it's all about who's going to get the spark, who's going to strike that fire, who's going to catch that attention in that one moment. Like that's what a lot of it boils down to. And we can't all be at the top. We can't all swim through this gulf that Ashley is referred to. Like we just can't.
Yeah.
And at some point you have to look at that and go, when am I going to fucking stop trying to be the top 1% of what I'm doing and instead just make the top 1% of the shit that I want to fucking make? When am I going to make that decision to take that top 1% of the things that I truly care about and just put my whole fucking pussy into it and not give a fuck if it makes money? Period.
Yeah. It is something that, like, to draw the comparison back to wrestling here, not everyone makes it to WWE. A very small percentage of people make it to WWE. Some of them, their peak of their thing is becoming the world champion of their local promotion. And you know what? They love it. They have a day job, and then on the weekends they go and they wrestle, and they're a world champion holding a replica tag belt with the company's name put over the WWE logo. And you know what? That rules for them. And I legit love that for them. Well, and you're doing it because you love the art form.
And that's what Wave Station Wrestling is to me. Like unfortunately, I was actually at one point training, like I was like getting in the gym so I could prepare for wrestling school. And 3 months into that journey, the pandemic occurred.
Oh my God.
So I was like, well, I can't go to the gym, and unless you already have your foot, knee, hips, and ass in the door, you're not getting work right now.
Yep.
Because these promotions can only afford to have people on their shows that have already built their name up, which is reasonable. If those companies were going to survive.
Where it's like only like a max 50 people can attend it, and the chairs are 6 feet apart from each other.
Yep.
And they're all outdoor venues as well.
Yep. It sucked. And so like, I was like, well, that dream died fucking quick. But like having WSW is like, so, like as cheesy as it sounds, it's like a wish fulfillment thing for me. I get to take all these characters and mush them together in a wrestling ring and be like, yeah, I get to like write all these fun stories and shit.
You get to you get to like partake even like tangentially in like your favorite thing.
Yeah.
You know?
And I mean, and that is like, for those of you who haven't seen it or have been watching it recently, I have a self-insert character now.
No.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I have a self-insert character now. He goes by the name of Angel. He's the fucking worst.
No, you're giving up the kayfabe. You're giving up the kayfabe. Shut up.
No, stop. We're shooting. We're shooting.
Shit, yeah, it's a shoot interview. Oh, sorry.
What do you mean, shush? We're shooting. You put the shoot banner behind me.
Oh, shit, I did.
But
whoops.
But for anybody who couldn't tell when I'm trying to do my manly gruff voice, when I'm not being, a big titty dog. Hi, hello, it's me.
God.
No, and so we have I'm getting a chance to this allows me, because as much as I know it's streaming, it's my streams. If I wanted to wrestle in all of the matches, I fucking could, and I could pretend that I'm making clones of myself and stay on commentary, blah blah blah. I could do all of that. I don't fucking want to. It's about the product, god damn it. So I don't do commentary when I'm wrestling. So if I have a self-insert, I can stay on commentary and wrestle, kind of.
Exactly.
But also it lets me be a confrontational bitch in a low stakes environment.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Angel is actually terrible, and I book him to be terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, I'm doing a program with Nyx where we have a lot of long-term. No, I saw.
Yeah, Jeremy is the cactus jack.
Defense. No, actual factual.
The three faces
so
of Remy Demon.
Oh, well, that means I have to make a third. That means I have to make a third at some point. I have to counterbalance.
And then enter all three of them into a Royal Rumble.
Oh my God, please.
What do you mean, please? You're the one in charge. You can book this.
I know. Book it, you coward. It's me. I'm the coward.
Yeah,
no,
bitch.
But Nyx and I have a lot of some very long-term plans booked. I'm talking we have shit planned months out.
Hell yes.
So that's going to be really fun. I also have with just Remy, I have big plans for why am I losing their name? Slaughter as well, with Kama-Ian, Mossflower, Old Pale Drake, and Jester. We also have a lot of long-term plans right now. There's a lot of moving parts with Wave Station Wrestling right now. It's really exciting.
And once again, tonight at 8 p.m., folks, on Remy Demon _.
It is.
Television.
Do you mind if I actually run down the match card while we have a second?
Yeah. Listen, when we were setting this up, I said this is like you doing press for that show later tonight.
Basically.
So, yeah, this is the MMA hour, with that CM Punk shoot thing last week. We haven't really gotten into complaining about wrestling stuff. We've been talking a lot about the positives today.
Hey, you know what? After I go down this match card, let's complain about wrestling.
If you wanna. Okay, go plug your show. Go ahead.
All right, so tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, Wave Station Wrestling presents Bat Squad versus the World. It is a joint show between myself and Nyx the Bat and her lovely community, who have been super fucking supportive throughout the duration of Wave Station Wrestling 2.0. This is also the debut of 3.0. We've got a bunch of new characters. A lot of people got redesigns.
Oh, shit, that's right. You are doing the 3.0 tonight.
Yep, it's 3.0 now. We're playing on 24. We've got a bunch of new people in. Some people got some glow ups. Some people got some water downs. It just depends.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. It all plays into it. But so the pre-show starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, we have an ongoing rivalry with Spacey Tora and Shelly Starfighter opening the show. We have the 420 championship being defended by Jester against Jeltman Jr. Prismatic 55, Demi and Tavi are going to be debuting against Hound and Handler. We are getting a submission match between Hot Dog Bongwater 420 and the Walk It in Your Pocket. Don't forget the 420. We have a number 1 contenders match for the heavyweight title between Foe and Van. We have the Hyperviolent Championship being contended in a 5-way between Baldo, Casey, Bionic Bovine, Ghost, and Portman. And then we get to Bat Squad versus the World, which is going to open up in an Iron Man tables match, because you can do that in WWE 2K24.
Like the most tables
Yep,
go through.
The most tables wins. So it'll be an Iron Man tables match between the debuting Hexana and Jacques Bama. We will have an Extreme Rules match between the debuting Nasty Norman versus the debuting Lucky Ted. We have the WSW tag titles being sought after by Bat Squad Alpha against Requiem. We have a backstage brawl planned between Bandit Dragon and Ash Canine. I will be fighting Cassette Bat in an Extreme Rules match. We will see.
You are Angel.
No, Mimi. Remy.
Wait, really? I
Yeah.
thought you were retired.
No, nope. Fuck that. I'm not retiring. I got a match tonight. I got to see what this kid's all about.
Oh my God. Okay, continue. Sorry.
You're good. We have a Hell in a Cell match between Bat Squad Delta and the Crucible. We have an Extreme Rules Tornado tag match between Bat Squad Prime and the Absolute Banger Express. And then the main event is going to be Nix the Bat versus Angel in an ambulance match.
Oh, they have ambulance matches in 24?
We have ambulance matches and we have casket matches.
Oh, hell yes. Hell yes. You got to bring out the casket match when it's appropriate.
Oh, absolutely. I think we're going to do, because it'd be easy to be like, oh, you just do a casket match now. It's so exciting. We can do them all the time. Fuck that. I'm not doing casket matches all the time. I
Coward.
want to bust. Shut up. I want to bust that out for King of the Mountain, because King of the Mountain is basically WSW's WrestleMania.
Ooh.
So I want to bust that out.
Let me know weeks in advance when that is, so I can
I will.
make sure I carve out time for it.
Absolutely. I got
just
you.
in case I don't make tonight.
Yeah. No, I got you. King of the Mountain will be in July. So we've got lots of time to plan for it.
Good.
But I think I am going to be giving the honor of Wave Station Wrestling's first casket match to the Bionic Bovine.
Ooh.
For those of you who don't know, Bionic Bovine, the Bovine, if you've seen him around in the server, is my cousin. Shoot, brother, that's my cousin.
Ooh. Yeah, no, we're for real shooting today.
And his favorite wrestler of all time is The Undertaker. And so I want to give him the distinction of having the first casket match for WSW, because I think he would appreciate that a lot.
Yeah. Hold on, just Giant Cody of Hot Dog Bongware 420. Don't forget the 420 loses a casket match on purpose and hot boxes it.
But he would.
Yes,
they absolutely would.
The camera is on the casket, smoke just starts pouring out, much like when Undertaker would use the fog machine. But we know what's up. We know. All right, that is 8 p.m. tonight Eastern, folks. I shouted out Remy before. Give her a follow. Check that out. If you want to support someone who is doing this, like if you like my attitude towards streaming, you will love Remy's attitude towards streaming, because we both have the same attitude now, which is we are doing what we want to do with it. Oh my gosh. Okay, so capital O opinion time. Let me bring up the
opinion.
Capital
emergency.
O opinion time.
Hold on. Why is this graphic? Why is it crooked? Why is it like this? Who did this?
Because it's a shoot, brother.
Okay, there we go. Repositioned it, so hopefully we lock this in place. God. All right. So, what do you want to complain about? Let it rip. Because Silver Streak said, I'm fucking sick of the CM Punk stuff. Just all of it. Because I know how I feel about it, but I don't want to neuter your opinion on it first.
I've spent the duration of CM Punk's career, like starting in WWE. Let's make that clear, because again, I wasn't privy to the indies during that renaissance. I wasn't watching CM Punk in Ring of Honor. I was watching CM Punk in WWE CW. The first title that I watched him win was the WWE CW title.
Yeah. My first exposure to CM Punk was the 93-minute match he had with Chris Hero in IWA Mid-South in 2002.
Jesus tap dancing Christ.
Yeah, listen. I was watching indie wrestling and I was ordering VHS tapes from Smart Mark Video.
God, what I wouldn't give. Like, people are like, if you could go back and like see any concert, fuck that. I want to go to like early 2000s indie wrestling shows.
Yeah, I went to so many CCW shows in 2003. I was at Cage of Death 5.
Oh my God.
I was at the Cage of Death where New Jack showed up unexpectedly.
I want that. That's what I would go back and see. Fuck. All
right, continue.
So,
CM Punk.
But I go very back and forth on CM Punk. Because here's the fucking problem. He is, like, without question, the biggest fucking dick in the industry.
However, he would be the first one to tell you that, honestly.
He would. And you know what? Part of my back and forth is, like, I have a certain level of respect for that. I have respect for the fact that, like, okay, he's not unaware of, like,
the fact that he
is as a person. Like, he knows. But also, when he cuts promos, I'd say a solid 95% of the time, he's speaking facts. It's like the scene in fucking, The Big Lebowski, where Walter and fucking the dude are getting in the car after Walter pulled a fucking gun on someone in the bowling alley. And Walter's just like, hey, listen, this is for tournament play. This is to decide who's in the last round robin. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? And the dude goes, no, you're not wrong. You're just an asshole. Like, and that's how I feel about CM Punk, is you're not wrong. You're just an asshole. And
CM Punk is the embodiment of the Onion headline of heartbreaking, worst person in the world just made a good point.
Yep. Oh my God.
So go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say that sums it up. Is he's the fucking worst, but he always has good points, and he does I came back around on him like the 12th time when he wore an abortion rights t-shirt on cable television. I was like, all right, you won me over again.
Yep.
In Texas, no less.
Oh no, yeah, that was calculated on his part. So,
100%.
Here's the deal that I think with CM Punk. That is, CM Punk has things he is good at, and people keep asking him to do things that he's not good. He is not a good leader. He never wants to be a leader, but people keep making him up. That's what Tony Khan did to him in AEW. You know, Punk was like, I want to, like, in that interview, like the 2-hour interview to put on the MMA Hour 2-hour interview from last week. He was like, the first time he was like, I want to quit. And Tony Khan's like, no, we're going to give you your own show. You're going to run it.
Which even he said was a terrible fucking idea. We all knew it was a terrible idea.
Juliet, that was not CM Punk. That was Cody Rhodes in that interview. CM Punk is straight edge. He was not been hammered a day in his life.
Correct. Yes, CM Punk has never had a drop of alcohol or any drugs in his life.
Yeah, listen, that is not me making fun of you for it. I am just correcting, and it is Cody Rhodes who you had exposure to.
Which I mean, again, I know you hate Cody Rhodes. I know you hate him with every fiber of your soul, but that press conference was some of the funniest shit I've ever seen in professional wrestling.
How many times Nyari has been like, we're watching this video? Do you know how many times Dixie has been like, we're watching this video?
Good.
I recognize how good that video is, okay?
I fucking love her so much.
Yeah. So CM Punk keeps being placed into situations where he is forced to do some stuff that he doesn't want to do. That guy, the man is good at wrestling. He is good at wrestling, and he is good at like promos, but it's like, don't put him in charge of shit, you know?
Right.
Just don't do that. Because he said in the interview, they said to Tony Khan, he'd be like, handle this or I'm gonna handle it and you're not gonna like it. And that is CM Punk putting up his own red flag to Tony Khan to be like, I don't want to do this. You need to be a boss. Okay?
Well, and the fucking problem is Tony Khan doesn't want to be a boss. He wants to be besties with indie wrestlers. Like, that's all it is.
And that's not even us like repeating CM Punk's words. I've said this about like Tony Khan for years. For fucking years. The guy is playing toys with wrestlers, okay?
Yes.
He is the biggest money mark in the fucking industry. Like for real. Like the dude was a message board poster. He was a regular on the Death Valley Driver video review board, okay? A billionaire's son is on the fucking indie wrestling tape trading board, okay? And he books AEW like he was.
He books a mainstream weekly wrestling show as if it is a monthly PWG show. That's the fucking problem.
That is exactly what I say about it. He is trying to do a PWG show every single week. And it doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work. No,
that's not what we're watching this for.
Mm-hmm. Hey, guess what? As good of a wrestler as he is, most people don't know, most common wrestling fans don't know who the fuck Tomohiro Ishii is.
Nope.
Okay? I love the guy. I love the Stone Pitbull. He is a giant bag of gravel that you can't destroy. He should not be unexpectedly showing up on the show. No. It makes no fucking sense, all right? He signed Okada. People don't know. He signed Okada. Okada has had 3 matches, and he got like a title already, okay?
Yep.
Okada had a squash match against a nobody 2 weeks ago. What are we fucking doing? What are we fucking doing here?
And they had him beat Eddie, and I'm still pissed about that.
You should be. It was like his second match in AEW, and Eddie lost it. And then Eddie lost it at the Ring of Honor pay-per-view as well. Now he only has the New Japan Strong Championship. He's likely going to lose that too. Probably.
Yep. They were like, hey, here's your gold watch. Now fuck off. Like, and
there's too many titles in AEW. I want to put out there.
There's, oh my God. And for what? When was the last fucking time that the Acclaimed defended the Trios titles? Can anyone answer that question?
That's a handsome question. We are not going to look it up.
It's irrelevant because they don't. Yep. They just have them.
Also, Juliet has looked up Cody Rhodes for the first time, and she said, "Oh, he looks like a jackass. He does.
Stop.
Check out his neck tattoo. It's so good,
Stop.
isn't it?
No, listen.
Isn't the tattoo so good, Remy?
We're gonna stop.
It's so good. He has the tattoo, and he's got the blonde, spiky hair and everything, and he wears suits everywhere.
You called it out. You called it out. So I'm gonna bring it up. You want to know what like most people in and out of the industry have said about Cody Rhodes? He's like the nicest fucking person.
I'm sure
he is like going through and listening to people.
No. Doom. I'm sorry, but
no, you don't understand.
No. Hey, guess what? I'm gonna have to put it on screen for Doom to see.
No, you have to. Like, listen, as someone who,
I didn't want to do this. As someone who loves
Cody Rhodes, I love this man to
look
pieces.
Look at it.
Tattoo sucks.
Look at it. I am filling the screen with it. Look at this fucking tattoo, dude.
It sucks.
Look at this tattoo. Look at it. It touches his jawline. Look at her reaction. Boo. It is cringe.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Hold on. Let me get this fucking thing off screen. All right.
The design itself, like, yeah, it's like edgy or whatever. Like, it's not that bad. The problem is how fucking out of place it is on him. Like, if Cody Rhodes was covered in tattoos, like if he was like Rhea Ripley'd out in tattoos, that tattoo would probably look fine. He has one text tattoo on his chest to accompany that thing on his neck.
He got a tattoo in the place where you get tattoos when you're running out of space on your body for him.
Exactly.
That tattoo would be fine on his shoulder or on his upper arm or a bicep or something, but no, he put it on his neck. His neck. God. I know he isn't, but the design of American flag makes him look like a MAGA guy. And you know what? He's never said anything about his political affiliation, so,
No,
know.
I do recall a time
Okay.
that there was a picture surfaced of him wearing a MAGA hat, which he then claimed he did it as a bit, and that photo wasn't supposed to meet the eyes of the public. Okay. And he responded to that in a very apologetic but pissed off way, and then in the tweet thread shared a bunch of Black Lives Matter resources. So it was it was a really confusing kind of moment.
Right. He's just a guy who is very deliberate and measured in the way he talks about things. He conducts himself in a way where it's like, yo, this guy's gonna run for office eventually when he's done with wrestling. He's gonna run for office. What ticket is he gonna run on? Who knows? But he's not gonna say anything about it just yet.
No.
He's a Westaboo. Jesus Christ.
I always hope the best for the wrestlers I like, but I usually find out the worst.
That's wrestling, baby. Let's go.
Bingo. The gay community.
I know that
AJ
hey,
Styles.
Guess what? I know personally the person who called into that show.
Oh my God, no way.
Yep. Get at me afterwards. I know that person. He's been to my parents' house.
That's so fucking funny.
I also unrelated to that, but it's related to that and anything. But I have the Bullet Club gay community T-shirt.
Oh, I love that so much.
It's in red. It's in Wolfpack red.
Yes,
the black and red. Nick Gage has done nothing wrong. Oh, Johnny, we discussed that earlier. Don't worry. Anyway, how do we get to Cody from CM Punk? What are we doing here?
We're just bitching about the industry.
We are, yeah. But AEW is just so fucking frustrating. It's just so fucking frustrating to watch because it's there's no continuity. There's no fucking continuity with it. And can I just say, since we're shooting right now, the concept of a world title eliminator match pisses me off so fucking much.
It's so dumb.
It's so dumb. People complained for years about WWE using the booking of, someone pinned the champion so they get a title shot next week. And AEW was like, let's make it our signature match. Fuck off. Fuck all the way off with that. So fucking stupid.
It's stupid, dumb 50-50 booking. And that's another issue with Tony Khan doing the fucking booking instead of just being the money. Is the fact that he wants to be buddy with everybody.
Oh yeah, he wants to be friends with wrestlers, and that's it.
Yeah, so he 50-50 books everyone, and everyone comes out looking like a fucking fool.
Except for wrestlers he doesn't like, which he just doesn't book them at all, and just lets them rot at home. Who cares? And Joey Janela got pissed off enough about it that he left that he didn't re-sign with them.
Confirmed, Tony Khan hates women.
Actually, yes. No, how do you have fucking 5 hours of TV every week, and each show you have one women's segment, and sometimes it's just a squash match, when NXT has a full roster and they only have 2 hours every week, and they have 3 women's matches every show.
The women are the staple of NXT. The women are what hold that show up.
The women of NXT are why we had the Divas revolution of the early 2010s.
Right.
Jesus Christ.
It's insane that he has this wealth available to him. And granted, the women's division in Ring of Honor is relatively strong and does pretty well for themselves. And it's why can't you translate that to your cable television product?
Exactly. He's too busy fantasy booking his in the PWG show, like you said, every single week,
Right. Well, now he's fantasy booking Defy. That's he switched it up a little bit.
Remy. Incredible pull. Good work.
You're welcome. Who the fuck else are you gonna get this with? Nobody, baby. It's all me.
Let's fucking go. Yeah.
Oh shit. But yeah, it's a fucking joke. the way that the show is booked. And like I said it before, and I'll say it again, I don't care how consistent the pay-per-view delivery is. Of course, the pay-per-view delivery is going to be consistent because you have some of the best workers in the world working these pay-per-views. That doesn't change the fact that the booking is shit and the writing is shit.
It's matches for the sake of matches. And
Yeah.
that only can last for so long. You know?
I'm over it. I want Swerve to just be a GCW mainstay. Fuck AEW. Like, bro, like go pull a Matt Cardona. Go work I guarantee you Swerve could make as much, if not more money than Matt Cardona if he strictly worked the indies.
I can see that. Yeah. I am hoping that Swerve beats Samoa Joe for the world title at Dead Dynasty.
He needs to.
He's gotta. No,
he has to win this.
Swerve. Okay. Last year, I'm doing that clap thing is a thing I picked up from Nyari. Okay. I want to say that right now. That is something I picked up from Nyari, being like, okay, let's change topic. Let me talk about something I'm excited about. That clap is a Nyari thing, and I'm sorry, girl. I love you to death. You did this to me. So, Swerve has been a star in AEW for a long time. His match against Hangman, the Texas Death match, was my match of the year last year.
The Texas Death match was incredible.
It was so fucking good. That match, you know how I know it's good? It has people who don't normally watch wrestling getting absolutely blown away by it. All right.
Right.
Do you know how many girls I know were just like fanning themselves out with Swerve was staple gunning himself in the chest?
Yeah.
Insane.
I mean, it helps that Swerve is fucking hot. Like he's so so pretty.
I have heard that plenty of times from people as well. And the man is just a great character. He loves to beat up people at their house.
Whose house?
Jesus Christ. But like I'm glad that like we had that 3-way match with him, Hangman, and Samoa Joe. Like that was like Joe's like first like no one ever loses the title on the first title defense, especially not in AEW. Okay, so I'm glad that Swerve didn't win that match because otherwise Swerve, there's like okay, well Swerve's never gonna hold the title again or whatever. There's a very real chance he could beat Joe here, and I want that to happen so bad. I want it to happen so fucking bad. It's gotta happen. He's hot right now. He's really hot right now, but AEW has a problem with pulling the trigger on guys who are hot. Like, that's how you get Jon Moxley as champion for a year, and when Eddie should have fucking beat him. I'll say it. Eddie Kingston should have beaten Moxley for the world title.
Agreed. 100%.
Absolutely. And that is not just like blind Eddie Kingston fanaticism there. Like, they built it up there, and he should have fucking won. God. Ugh. Okay. All right. What else? You got anything else you need to complain about? Because I'm getting tired here.
AEW is like really the only thing that I have complaints about. I honestly love, and it's the first time I've been able to say it in many years, but I, for once, can love WWE with my whole ass and not feel any guilt, because with any sort of luck, Vince will rot in prison for the rest of his life. That is what I am hoping for.
And hopefully the rest of his life will be 1 week from today.
If only. So I can mostly guilt-free enjoy WWE, and WWE's booking right now has been fucking stellar. I am a huge fan of just about everything that's going on in WWE right now. And again, with how great the indie scene is, it's never been a better time to be a wrestling fan. I'm actually going to plug something here. As if I'm not plugging already with the logo on my
As if you didn't spend
kit.
10 minutes talking about tonight's WSW show.
No, but GCW over the last few years has done something on WrestleMania weekend called The Collective.
Yes.
And it is, I have to say, the most important part of WrestleMania weekend, because the amount of diversity that we get, the amount of light that is shown on like just how powerful minorities are in wrestling. We get the World on Lucha, which is an all Hispanic wrestling show. We get For the Culture, which is an all-black wrestling show. We get Effie's Big Gay Brunch, which is an all-queer wrestling show. And we get TJPW, Tokyo Joshi, versus GCW, which is an all-women's wrestling show, which in Japan is very normal. In America is not fucking normal.
Nope. You have Shimmer, and that's it.
Yep. And so it shines a light on all of these amazing fucking wrestlers that like deserve to be showcased. And it also shows that if you are running a promotion and you're just booking jacked cis white dudes, you're lazy and you're boring.
You're missing out.
You're missing the fuck out.
Missing out. We're handy dandy. Thank you for following.
Rohan, I love you.
Man. Hold on. Johnny say GCW's a mud show affectionate. RSP and Cardona were both able to get nuclear heat. Jericho 6 is a heel and can't not get people to sing his dumb theme. I love calling him Jericho 6. Oh wait, do you not know?
I would like for Jericho knows. Jericho has extrapolated on a lot of backstage stuff over the years, but cannot extrapolate on where his wife was on January 6th.
Who can say? Who can say where she was?
Where was she? Does anybody know? Where was she on January 6th?
Her Facebook does.
Her Facebook knows. Fuck Chris Jericho. I can't even believe you guys actually got me to say his name on a syndicated program. But fuck Chris Jericho. He's a hack and a piece of shit and a terrible person that perpetuates conspiracies, and given the opportunity, he is also on the list of people in the wrestling industry that given the opportunity, consequences or not, I would make him eat his fucking teeth. Fuck Chris Jericho.
I agree. Randy saying, how about that Windy City Riot, Matt Riddle burning bridges with New Japan Pro Wrestling? What is up with that? What happened with Matt Riddle? Because I only remember from that New Japan show is that Jon Moxley won the IWGP title. This is news to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh man.
I mean, fucking Matt Riddle deserves less than nothing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Also, Fozzy is bad.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny.
Yeah,
for
Fozzy sucks.
Johnny is always right on the ball with pinning the right messages, honestly. And Johnny has just banned Matt Riddle. Thank you, Johnny. Oh yeah,
Bravo,
that's right.
Johnny.
Remy,
thank you.
You're a guest on my show. That means you get to pick a popular streamer to ban.
What?
That is the thing I do on my show. You get to pick a popular streamer to ban.
Ninja?
I don't think we've banned Ninja. Johnny,
Ninja.
Make it happen. Please.
I will piss on his grave when he dies. Fuck that.
Let's. He did an Austin Aries after losing to Zack Sabre Jr., high-fiving when it zoomed in to get his reaction and rolling his eyes and dancing his way to back. No selling the match. Oh, wow. Yeah, fuck Matt Riddle. Holy shit.
Wow.
Oh, Ninja is already banned, so pick someone else.
Shit, XQC?
We haven't done XQC. Get XQC.
Get his stupid ass.
Get his ass, yes. Send him back to Kick. Thank you, Johnny. XQC is banned from the channel. Thank you, Remy.
Johnny fucking goated. Yeah. That might be my favorite segment I've ever been a part of on a talk show.
Yeah, no, I love this. They dies and gentlethems, we got them. Holy shit. No, but like that is something I've instituted from day one. If you're a guest on my stream, you get to ban somebody.
I fucking love that so much.
Yeah.
Did you want to do some emails?
Emails? Oh shit, we do have emails. You know what? Yeah, we've been going for 3.5 hours, but we should do that. So let me zoom out here and let me hit the theme song. You've seen this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very good. Also, I've been very much enjoying seeing Maki pop up on screen.
Yep.
Every time it zooms out. That makes me very happy.
Yeah. And also, VIPs on the channel get to activate the envelopes whenever they want, which Dawn is doing right now. Hi, Dawn. Hi. Happy birthday, by the way, Dawn. Dawn and I, Bunny Cartoon, have the exact same birthday, actually.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, happy birthday.
April 2nd. Yep. It just passed. All right. So let me zoom in over here. And it didn't break, thank God. You can email the show at ashleymiami69@gmail.com or via retrospring, ashley.party, or on Twitter at ashleymiami, or on Tumblr, ashleymiami.tumblr.com. Remy, let me share the emails screen with you. In Discord, you should be able to see it.
And that's ASHELY, and don't you fucking forget it.
I think, you know what? I'm glad that you like instituted that whenever I'm on the show. Like, I appreciate that.
It's a good tagline. I like it.
It is really good. And it's a good reminder because there are some people who still misspell it, and I don't get it. You know, it's done a certain way. Hi, Dawn. Happy birthday again to you, Oofy. Okay, so first question. This classic shoot interview question, Remy. Here we go. How big is Batista's dick?
Big enough. Big enough that I wouldn't even try.
Man.
It is. How out of pocket can I be?
I mean, you've already been kinda here.
It is frotting till the skin comes off because I'm not even gonna try it.
Wow! I only think of the Al Snow question. By the way, Juliet is overwritten how I think Ashley is spelled by default. That means it's working. It's fucking working. Do you know how many people say that they spell Ashley the way I spell my name? Like, and like their phone autocorrects are autocorrecting to ELY now.
Yup. That means it's working.
Has that happened to you? Or is your
Yes.
brain? Yeah. Sicko's voice. You're not immune to Ashley propaganda. We do love Big Dave here, honestly.
We do love Big Dave. No, Big Dave's the shit.
Big Dave rules, honestly.
I had no idea until I had seen like a documentary like well after Batista had retired from pro wrestling. But he was raised by lesbians.
He was raised by two lesbian women. And that kicks ass, honestly.
Yeah. And like he's been very open and candid about it, and like as I just think that's really fucking cool that he shared that experience. Like
it's yeah. No, you all should love Batista. Batista is the ideal of a wrestler who got into Hollywood. Because you know what? When he got a role in the first Dune movie, when he got the role in Blade Runner 2047, he cried because it was his dream role. He wanted to be in Blade Runner. He took acting classes because he wanted to be in the Blade Runner sequel, and he got the part, and he started crying. He said he started crying because he got the part. That Big Dave is a real one, all right?
Dudes rock.
Dudes fucking rock, all right?
That fucks me up a little bit.
Yeah, right? Anyway, so this question is because of the bit from You Shoot interviews for years, where one dude would always submit the question, "How big is Batista's dick?" No matter who was on the show. Anyway.
Fucking A.
Also, those glasses he wore in Blade Runner 2049 were his idea. That rules even more, Vixie. Holy shit. So this was both a shoot interview inside joke and also an excuse to talk about Big Dave.
I love Big Dave.
I love Big Dave.
I do.
All right. Next question. Hello, you have one new voice message. First new message. Please stay on the line. You'll be connected to first available representative. Please wait while your call is being delete this message, press. So, you know how, like, your voicemail will sometimes, like, on your iPhone, just translate it for you and just write it out so you don't have to, like, listen to it?
Yes.
Somehow that has happened here.
Well.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Your call is being trans. Oh, so true, actually.
So true.
So true. I'm going to hit 9 to save this. No, I'm not. Anyway, next one here. So how come you don't differentiate between big-time Ashley and small-time Ashley? This is a very serious and important question with no ulterior motives whatsoever.
Because it's always the big time here, baby!
It's so true. Always big time, baby. People tell me all the time that that's, like, a bit that I've been doing, like, since, like, my first, like, few months of streaming. That, like, they're like, oh, hell yeah, with that. Yo, you don't know anyone who can, like, get this stream up on a baseball stadium, Jumbotron, do you?
I don't, but that would be fucking awesome.
That is like my dream, honestly. It's like that's the dream big time, Ashley. That or getting it on like something as small as like a pregnancy test.
Have you had a big time Ashley from a TV at a bar yet?
No, I have not actually. Like, I want that to happen. Like a bar or a strip club or something like on like the TVs or something like that. I want that so fucking bad. I'm giving y'all ideas. Just like Johnny did with the command. Load it on biggest or smallest screen you can and tweet a picture with hashtag BigTimeAshley. I am kind of like cleaning out some emails that have been sitting for a bit here. A strip club. I may be able to make that happen. I think I might know how you do that too. All right. Next question here. Here we go. Longtime viewers of the show know Geek in the Shell writes in a lot. Rate guest characters. Hey, Ashley and co. Something I've had 4 work audits in 6 weeks and a 5th next Monday. Send help. A reappear for streams so I'm less dead from work. Anyway, guest characters. I tried not to make them all for fighting games. There's probably a ton I missed. Yeah, so this is going to be us looking at a bunch of guest characters from video games, and I want you to rate them. We're going to go through here.
Okay.
Through these here. First one here. Rash from Battletoads and Killer Instinct. You could rate it like thumbs up, thumbs down out of 10. This is just like, hey, let's talk about fucking weird video game characters here.
That's gonna get a 4 from me, Chief.
Really?
I just don't like the design.
Yeah, okay, like, is this like just a dislike for Battletoads or what?
I don't give a shit about Battletoads. I just don't like the design.
I mean, that's basically how he's always looked, but also, yeah, I get it. Like, if you think about it, Battletoads kind of just look like Diet Ninja Turtles for the longest time.
True.
Honestly. Like,
True.
Yep. All right. Next one here. Nicole458 from Dead or Alive 4. Shit, I should have made that bigger. Oh, whatever. This is a little weird.
Is Nicole458 the one in the Halo suit?
Yes, yes, she is.
0 out of 10, no tit physics.
Wow. Okay, we're really shooting now. Jesus Christ.
What do you play DOA for? What do you play DOA for? Tell me.
I mean.
Tell me.
Wow, look at the time. We got to end the stream early real quick here. You do cite the thing for the Dead or Alive 3 commercial in the early 2000s when the guy looks at the camera and says, she kicks high. Such a stupid commercial, but also, yeah. All right. Next one here. Aya Bray from Parasite Eve in Chocobo Racing. Aya is a secret racer unlocked once the player completes story mode 7 times and is selected by holding the L1 and L2 buttons over squad the character select screen. Racing in her NYPD squad car, Aya possesses average speed with excellent turning and controls.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10 for Aya Bray. Yep. So is this like 10 out of 10 because of Parasite Eve or just for Aya Bray, period?
It's a little bit of everything. I like the concept of a Parasite Eve character in a Final Fantasy game. But also just that dumb little tiny cop car with racing giant chocobos is very funny to me.
It is really funny, honestly. They should have put Aya Bray in Air Guys, God Bless the Ring, honestly. All right, next one here. Star Killer from Star Wars The Force Unleashed in Soul Calibur 4.
I don't know who Star Killer is, so I don't have an opinion.
How do you have an opinion about Star Wars at all? Or do you not go here?
I enjoy Star Wars for what it is. Okay. And I am not going to sit here and listen to people pretend that Star Wars is the peak of cinema, because it's fucking not. That is my opinion on Star Wars.
Wow. Van's saying we need you to play The Force Unleashed. Also, Vixie saying Star Killer is like Shadow the Hedgehog, but as a Jedi.
Okay.
And
8 out of 10.
Star Wars Unleashed is so fucking stupid. 8 out of 10. Is that so? I'm taking that as support for Shadow the Hedgehog here.
Correct.
All right, kick ass. I'm glad we're on the same side here. All right, next one. Dante from the Devil May Cry series in Beautiful Joe.
10 out of 10. That's a 10.
That's a 10?
That's a fucking 10 all around. Easy.
And which also, like, people, like, make the joke about Dante from featuring Dante from Devil May Cry series. But also, like, that thing is from Shin Megami Tensei, not from this, but people make the joke for everything that Dante's in, honestly.
Right.
I fucking, is that ZMC one? Also show the Nocturne crossover. In the same list are no balls. I do not have the Nocturne crossover in this one, Vixie. It was not a part of this email. The seal for featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series was not a part of the email, but I did put it in because it felt appropriate for here. All right. So is this like love for Dante or love for Beautiful Joe for you?
Both.
Okay, good. All right. We didn't really talk about video games, so we're like, this is video games right now.
Yeah, we're doing video games now.
We are doing video games now. The seal. Oh, okay. The seal is from Nocturne. I don't go here with Shin Megami Tensei. Okay, you want that? Go talk to Lily. She's streaming right now. All right. Next one here. Gon from Gon in Tekken 3. This is how I found out Gon was a game and he wasn't just a Tekken character.
I know less than shit about Tekken, and I know nothing about Gon, but I do love this little guy.
He is a little guy.
I'm gonna give this an I love this little guy out of 10.
That's a good rating. That's a good rating. See, the thing is, my experience with Gon is that, like, Gon is like half the size of every other character in Tekken, so you have to do nothing but lows to hit him.
So like fucking what's the name of the dog in Naruto? Because he's a playable character in Clash of Ninja 2. What the fuck is his name?
Wait, what?
Is it Aki? Is it? No, it's not Akiba. What's the name?
I'm not gonna be able to confirm or deny this answer, unfortunately. Akamaru, says Doom.
Akamaru. Yes.
And also, Doom saying he's the GoldenEye odd job. Yes, exactly. Okay. Next one here. Lily Rochefort from Tekken in Digimon World RE Digitize. I did not know that this happened, honestly.
I will reiterate, I know less than shit about Tekken, but she looks like she is going to ruin my relationship with my mother and drain my bank account. So I'll give her a 7.
We're learning so much about you today, Remy. So also, like, that makes me wonder something. Like, you've been starting to dip your toe back into fighting games recently.
Yes.
You? Yeah. When are you gonna get into Tekken?
When someone buys it for me, because it's $70 fucking dollars.
It is a brand new game. Yeah. When are we gonna play some Street Fighter?
Soon. I'd be down for that. You will beat the brakes off me, but I'm down.
All right, cool. Yep, yeah. I need that, honestly. I need a victory here. Okay, 7 out of 10. Great. Ryu and Asura's Wrath. Another thing I wasn't aware happened, honestly.
That's really funny.
Also,
I'll give that another 7, because I don't have strong feelings about Ryu as a character, but that design and being in Asura's Wrath, I'll give that a 7.
All right. Also, I love this cartoon in between frame that they have here with him.
Just a
yeah. Martin saying Asura's Wrath rules. I have heard that from a lot of people, actually. Next one here. Lars Alexanderson from Tekken in Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 2. I know you don't go here with Tekken, but you mentioned Naruto before. So, how do you feel about this?
This is one ugly motherfucker. Look at like the moon hair? That's stupid as shit. That looks dumb as hell. You know what his hair looks like? It looks like the logo for fucking Moon Pies. That's what his hair looks like.
It does. It looks like almost the exact same shade of yellow,
too. And then he looks like he tried to take like one of them puffy jackets and turn it into a robe. Like, this guy stinks. He's stinky. 2 out of 10. This man's stinky.
All right. we're cutting through these, man.
We're shooting.
We're shooting. Here. It's like those dudes in Sword and Shield hair in Pokemon. Oh, yeah, that's right. That is a thing.
Oh, yeah.
All right, next one here. Megaman.exe and Onimusha Blade Warriors. This game is weird. I think it's a fighting game spinoff. I did not realize that that's what Onimusha Blade Warriors was. Like, I just know Onimusha as like the samurai Resident Evil or whatever. and then they did like a Dynasty Warriors like thing with it later.
This gets a what the fuck is this out of 10? Because
yeah, I see
Mega Man looks whack.
Well, you see, that's Mega Man.exe. It's different from actual Mega Man and Mega Man
right.
X. You know, I assume
well, Mega Man.exe is the Mega Man from what the hell's the series? It's like it has like black and white iterations.
Yeah. Oh fuck! I know it's not Mega Man Legends. I almost said that.
No,
it's not
Battle
right
Network. That's what it was. Thank you, chat.
Battle Network. Yeah, thank you.
Killing me.
Thank
but
you.
He don't look like that in Battle Network. He don't look like that. He looks like fucking Mega Man. So whatever this little swimsuit he's got going on is fucking weird. I don't like
the one-piece swimsuit. Yeah,
I don't like it. That gets a what the fuck is this out of 10?
So many people are going to bat for Mega Man Battle Network here.
It's a good game. It's a good game. It's very fun.
I have not played them actually.
I have played 3 and 4. I haven't gone back to play the first 2.
God. Oh, okay. Next one here. Leona Hydern in Metal Slug XX. This was weird because this is Leona from King of Fighters in a fucking Metal Slug game. And also like Ralph and Clark from King of Fighters are in a Metal Slug game, which makes sense because their whole background is that they were ex-military or the current military and they're in a fighting game. But now it's like, oh, we gave them guns, and I think like they also do like Clark does a command grab on enemies in Metal Slug.
Hey yo, can I come in here for a minute?
Hi Vixie, what's up?
I was popping.
Popping, yeah.
I just wanted to go over these crossovers too.
Okay, yeah. Let me.
Because I also remembered Mega Man Battle Network also has a really wild fucking
well, I'm gonna make
crossover in it, which is you can do crossover content with. Did anybody play Boktai? The Sun Is in Your Hands.
I'm familiar with it. Hold on, wait, real quick. Remy, you okay with Vixie being in here? Because I will.
Yeah.
I will kick her out if you want it.
If you don't want me here, please feel free to tell me to fuck off. I'm just invading because it's funny.
It is funny, yeah. Jester's privilege for you on this one.
I stand corrected. I guess Mega Man does wear a little unitard, but it looks not as silly in the base the actual source material as opposed to whatever the fuck I was looking at before.
Yeah, like this right here. You're saying you don't like this.
I like his Battle Network design, but the colors are a bit fucked.
Yeah,
this looks whack.
Mm-hmm. It looks less silly in pixel art. That's true. A lot of pixel art when you make a 3D looks a little weird, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely.
That too.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, go ahead, Vixie.
The crossovers, with the unknown, relatively unknown, directed by Hideo Kojima series, Boktai Sun Is in Your Hands.
Which is a game you literally had to play outdoors because it has a solar panel on the cartridge.
And I was fucking obsessed with those games.
I didn't know this about you.
This is I was obsessed with those games, and I actually was obsessed with Battle Network games. So seeing that they had a crossover was like, who did this for me? who is pulling for me?
Lo saying they played it with a black light. Is that cheating?
Nope. I mean, technically.
Okay.
You
cool.
can do it and it works.
Yeah.
I didn't have a very good black light. I tried to do it. It gave me like 1 or 2 bars of sunlight. Mm-hmm. I was just like, I'll just fucking play it outside and be an outside head for a bit.
Damn. All right. Who goes outside, honestly?
Me when I play Boktai.
True. And also Remy and I, because we just established we go to shows and get like fucked up in tits earlier. All right. So you have no opinion on Leona in Metal Slug, Vixie?
Not really. I mean, I fuck with King of Fighters. Like on a very surface level. I think King of Fighters is
we're playing King of Fighters.
I've interacted with neither of these series.
Well, die then. Get out of here.
Understandable.
Goodbye.
Oh,
wait, no, I have to click her to get her out of here. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to comedy kick you. Oh, there we go. Actually, a funny thing happened a couple weeks ago. I was on Vixie's stream, and she was going to comedy kick me from the stream. She kicked me from her entire server.
I've done that. I have fucking done that before.
You've kicked someone from the server because of that?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. All right, next one here. Fred Durst in Fight Club.
Fuck yeah, 12 out of 10. No, sorry, 20 out of 10. No, sorry, 200 out of 10. No, sorry, 500 out of 10. That fucking rules.
Yeah, Vixie, come back in so we talk about Fred Durst real quick. Fred Durst in Fight Club, because this was a real fucking thing. But the Fight Club video game, by the way, did also had X-rays before Mortal Kombat did.
Show did.
Yes, it did. Vixie, did you ever play the Fight Club video game?
I did not.
You should.
But
The
that
character
sounds...
select screen is everyone's driver's license up on the back of Tyler Durden's door.
Oh my god.
You could play as the X-ray skeleton. You could, yeah. I don't know why Fred Durst was in this game, but he was. Actually, Remy, do you remember when Fred Durst was in a special character in one of the SmackDown games?
Fucking course I do. I always played Fred Durst. He had one of the best movesets in the game.
His finisher was a swanton, which is like the most like celebrity that loves wrestling finishing moves to pick, honestly. God. Anyway, Vixie, Fred Durst.
I think that's pretty good for him.
Okay, Vixie says pretty good out of 10. Thank you. All right.
That was not one of those days.
It was one of those days. All right, thanks, Vixie. Let me just, all right, later. Oh no, that's kick from server. I didn't, it gave me the, hold on.
No.
Wait a second. Wait a fucking second here. If I choose kick Vixie Bombay, there's a pop-up that says, are you sure you want to kick her from the server? Vixie, did you get that pop-up when you kicked me?
No. Whenever I did it, it was just kick. And it says kick from call. I'm like, okay, dink. And then, oh, there you go.
Mm-hmm. I see. Okay. How the fuck do I?
No, you gotta hit the button. Gotta hit that one right there.
Which one? Right
there.
No, this is kick from server. Okay, there we go. Got her. Ladies, folks, we got her. She's gone. All right. Sorry, Remy. Sorry, Remy.
All good.
Yeah. All right. We're almost done with this here. Mario and Dong Dong Never Die. You don't know what this game is, do you?
Nope.
Imagine a bunch of like, I think like Chinese like high school students putting themselves on a green screen to put into a video game.
That's so funny.
And it's so fucking good. And they put Mario in there. Oh, she's speechless. Look at her.
I got... What the fuck am I looking at?
You're looking at Dong Dong Never Die with Mario in it.
Why is...
Oh, girl, we've been going for almost 4 hours. We gotta wrap up soon. You got a show in 4 hours.
I do, but I'm having so much fun.
I know, right?
This looks so stupid.
You're the one who double booked yourself. You didn't have to do this.
No, I know I wanted it this way.
You wanted it this way. Next one, Akira Toriyama and Tobal #1.
What is Tobal #1? What are these games?
You didn't know Tobal #1 on the PS1?
No.
And she says she likes video games. What is
Oh
this?
my god.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. All right, I'm going to show something. So Tobal #1 was a fighting game for PS1. It is a 3D one. It's like a 3D fighter. And hold on, who can help me out? Who is the name of the giant blonde bitch you can play as in Tobal? Love Toriyama's little guy he always drew himself as, honestly. Yeah. Tobal 2 is the record for most playable characters in a fighting game, and it's terrible. Wait, more than Smash Brothers? Or is that you confirming Smash Brothers isn't a fighting game? Ooh. And not counting Mugen either. Don't do this to Salty Bet, honestly.
Fucking Salty Bet.
Okay, hold on. There's this bitch you have to see. All right. I just gotta find. I don't remember her name, so I'm looking her up in a separate window here. Please wait warmly, folks. Here we go. Mary Ivanskaya. Just gotta look her up, and then I'm going to flashbang you with a picture of her, real quick.
Okay.
Let me see. There we go. Open image in new tab, and her.
Oh.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Let me put her on screen here. How does she make you feel?
Big lady.
Yeah. Yeah. You all right?
That's it. Just sweats. Big lady.
She is literally the biggest character in the game. I'm gonna find okay, I'm gonna try to find a picture of her in game. She is a pro wrestler, by the way. Just in case case you were wondering.
1,000 out of 10.
Yeah, and here's her press slamming somebody.
Oh. Me. It should have been me, not him.
All right, let's see here, and here we go. One last one, so you can see her next to a normal size person. There we go.
Big lady.
So she is huge, and then her hair adds another 5 inches above.
I love that.
Yep. When are you playing Tobal on stream?
That's a great question. Next question.
All right, moving on here. Earthworm Jim and Battle Rita Toshidan, the PC version.
I love the giant club. 9 out of 10.
I will agree with Code Blue 0 out of 10. How do you make your game worse? Put Earthworm Jim in it. Earthworm Jim sucks. Fuck Doug Tenipple. All right, next one here. Cole Infamous in Street Fighter Cross Tekken. I did not know that this was a thing, by the way.
I didn't either.
Yeah. Did you know that Street Fighter Cross Tekken was a thing, though?
No, I was not aware of that, actually.
Oh, yeah. Like, it was a dude saying 1 that doesn't even look like him.
It doesn't. That gets a 0. It does not look like him.
Okay, so you have played Infamous.
Yeah, that does not look like him at all.
Okay. To Colt Infamous is either a Street Fighter nor a Tekken. So what's he doing there? Superpowers is what he's doing. All right.
True.
Next. Barney the Dinosaur in Xenophage Alien Bloodsport. He's got like his hands out like a Chinese vampire as well.
Get that off my fucking screen.
Wow. Okay, hold on. I already closed all the tabs with a huge lady in there. So here we go. We'll put Fred Durst back up for you. But that was the last one there. But yeah, you should check out Tobal #1. It has a giant lady in it, and I think that's enough to sell you on it, honestly.
I think so.
Yep. All right, I'm getting the TV out of here. All right. Remy, is there anything else that you want to talk about before we wrap up here?
Oh man, putting me on the spot. I actually no. You know what? I did have a question that I was thinking about for you specifically.
Please.
You and I have been doing WSW on and off for a little over a year now.
Yes, we have.
What has been your favorite moment? Like, just overall of, like, the shows you've been a part of.
You know it's Roy Taffy winning the world title. You know
It's so good, right?
You know this. I got to call the end of a 13-month-long title reign. 14 months title reign. I got to call the ending of that, okay? Like that, like I'm not gonna fucking say that. Come on, girl.
The way that we actually just lost our shit.
The fact that we marked out so fucking hard for it. Like, come on. It got clipped too. So like we could pull Can we pull the clip? I want to pull the clip. You gotta find it. You gotta find it.
Oh, I know. I will find it. Don't worry.
I'm running a show here.
Like it's under highlights. I'll get it.
All right. Yeah, go get that. Bringing the TV back in so we can see it.
But this was back during the time when we were using SmackDown. Here Comes the Pain. I think it was
like one of the PS2 SmackDowns. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which like you were like recording actual hardware with those, right?
Yep, that was legit hardware. It was a PS2 with a capture card and everything. Also, that was during a time where we pre-recorded nothing. We didn't pre-record anything. We said, fuck it, we'll do it live. I'm gonna put the clip in the side chat here.
Oh god, that means I gotta dig for it. Okay, yeah, I'll get it.
You don't gotta dig, it's in the side chat. It's the only thing posted.
Yeah, but opening up the side chat's like an extra. It's an extra click, and I hate it.
Oh my god!
I'm a bitch like that, actually. Anyway, so let me pull it up here. Let me and the TV broke.
No!
The TV fucking broke. There are some people watching right now who are going to be very happy about that, actually.
It looks like a lot of people are happy about
Yeah,
it.
no, this is a fucking bit that everyone loves, all right? And there come the cans.
Oh, God.
Okay, all right. Well, let me go ahead and
Oh, here we go. Okay.
yeah, anyway, I'm gonna share this window back with you here so you can see
Yes.
it in real time.
So we can relive the moment.
Yep. Ah, fuck. I just got creeped up. Okay, everyone's throwing a bunch of cans here. So
Like, I want you guys to listen to just how hard we mark out, because it's like you look at like what's happening on the screen and think it is just blobs flailing, but we were so into this moment because Skull Newt, the girl with the green hair, had been champion for 14 fucking months, ungoddamn beatable, and then Void Taffy pulled up like Wayne at a goddamn bar and just roll the tape.
rolling the tape. Here we go.
Leg compressing. Newt's entire body misses the flying clothesline. And now, oh my God!
The second.
Leg has Newt in position. Leg has Newt in position. On the last ride. Last ride. Last ride. That's one. That's two. That's three. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the new Wave Station Wrestling Heavyweight Champion.
The second.
The 14-month reign of Skull Newt.
The
It's over.
second Void got the reversal, I was like, oh, it's done. This is it. This is the moment.
Oh, you blew the microphone out in this.
I did. Oh, God, I couldn't help myself. I was wigging out.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, that was no, but that's the moment. That's the moment I pick for this.
That was fucking unreal. That was so much fun.
Yeah, no, it's so cool that it actually is so cool that I got to be a part of like because I know it means a lot to you, and I got to be a part of it, like be a part of like this historic moment for you, and that fucking rules. Honestly, it's so good. Oh, all right, Remy. I think we gotta wrap up here because this we went long with this one here.
We could probably go another 4 hours if we really wanted to.
Oh yeah, you want to do that? You want to go the distance and then just like raid directly into you doing Wave Station Wrestling with no break in between?
Don't fucking test me. I'll do it. I'll DoorDash my dinner. I don't give a fuck. I'll do it.
I cannot go for another 4 hours, Remy.
I know you can't.
I'm the pussy in this situation.
Oh, stop it.
No, but you know what? It would go against how I do streaming, which is like I'm not going to crunch myself to death doing it. You know?
No,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I
not.
do my show once a week, like maybe 2 at most, because that's what I can handle and have it still be fun. You know?
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. So I was gonna say you want to plug anything, but I know you've been plugging it all show. Wave Station Wrestling in 3 hours and 45 minutes on Remy's channel. Be there, folks. Fucking be there.
It's gonna be so good.
It's gonna be good. I'm excited to see what it looks like, even if I can't do commentary because I gotta see how my voice is feeling.
Right.
We'll see. We'll see about that. But I will let you know if I'm ready to drop in later.
Hell yeah.
But folks, let's do here. I was gonna say, we should find someone to raid. I know who we're raiding. I know who we're freaking raiding. We are raiding my friend Lily Rue.
Yay!
Who is on the last day of her subathon. Like she is called it, it's everything. She has been doing a subathon all week. And she's doing this thing where she has the wheel of pain for every $5 donated, and one of the things on there is keyboard destruction, where you pick a key to remove from her keyboard.
Oh,
I got rid of her space bar.
Oh, you evil bitch!
I am an evil bitch. Yes. It was really funny because we played Left 4 Dead 2 last night.
Oh my god!
To be fair, I did a bonus thing yesterday where I'm like, hey, for every $5 donated, I will take a key off my keyboard to match hers. And I had to remove every key that she had missing from my keyboard as well. So
You're a real one for that.
I had to do that. Folks, watch Remy tonight. Go say hi to Lily. If you can toss Lily some dollars, like, do so. Like, do it to her Ko-fi. Spin the wheel of pain. Her current stretch goal that she has reached is the Sweet Sunday Ramen, if you remember that post. And if she hits $400, she's going to do the baby food beer flight. yeah, let's go.
Oh God, that's repulsive.
Yep. Also because of her stretch goals, I'm on deck. I have to do a stream with her where I have to watch The Nut Shack with her, which is a terrible animated TV show.
That sounds like a terrible animated TV show.
It is. I told her you get one episode, and she was like, bet. And they hit the goal. They hit the goal here. All right, let me get this raid going. Remy, thank you so much for being here today. We were trying
for having me.
We were trying to set this up for a while, like trying to get to both of us on the same show for this. And man, this is so great. Like honestly, some of the best stories I've ever heard, like on stream.
Thank you.
Good luck tonight. Good luck tonight. I'm very excited for the show, especially after this here.
Hell yeah.
All right. Everyone, my next stream, I am going to try to stream this upcoming Saturday, which is April 20th. I will not be doing any April 420 related shenanigans. Are you, Remy?
I am working on 420. But
Girl.
I might say fuck it. And
Sure.
after I get home, it'll technically be 421.
No,
but I might do a little
in a
something,
different.
something.
And it's hey, you know what? It's 420 somewhere.
It is
right?
420 somewhere. It's actually about to be 420 in 2 minutes right here.
Do we rate at 420?
I would
vamp.
love that.
You were gonna vamp for time for next minute here, so all right.
Let's get it.
All right, folks. I'm just gonna talk about Remy again here. Remy, I know that, and I know it was probably. Oh yeah, we need a raid phrase. Actually,
Did someone say fill for time?
Oh my
Let's
God.
fucking go.
Let's fucking go, Vixie.
Oh,
Well, help us come up with a raid
what's up?
phrase here.
here's a couple of my favorite foods: fried chicken, rice with the fried chicken. I like a burger.
I
like an egg on a burger. I like eggs. I had fish
What's
for
the
lunch.
raid phrase, Vixie?
I'm giving you so many options right now.
Just naming off foods.
Anyway, raid phrase should go to
There
the person who actually was here the whole time.
There is no pit retirement.
You know what? Yes, there is no pit retirement. Is the raid phrase.
Remy, I'm sorry.
For what? For what?
For being a fucking medic.
Oh, it's
jumping in
420.
here
It
now.
looks like we gotta go.
Now 4
failed.
times.
Yeah, 420. Thank you, folks. Say hi to Lily. All right, bye.
We joke.
Where's my end screen? Where is it? Yep.